where the fire breaks are, whether we can pull it up or not using old fire scars. On NAFI, we can also print reports to give to our sponsors, especially the federal government, about our carbon emissions trading. NAFI, something Northern Australia can't do without. It's the most important tool we have in our Savannah burning game. Thank you.
Testing audio levels into YouTube. Testing audio levels into YouTube. Testing levels. Testing audio levels into YouTube. Testing audio levels. Testing audio levels. 1, 2. Put it back in. Testing. Testing audio levels. Testing, testing. Testing audio levels. Testing 1, 2. Testing 1, 2. Testing, testing. Testing 1, 2. Testing 1, 2. 1, 2.
Okay. If I can have everybody's attention, we might get this show on the road. Is everybody seated? Is everybody comfortable? Has everybody got a coffee or tea or caffeine or not whiskey, because it's a little early in the morning for that? So, welcome everybody to the 2023 Australian Bushfire Building Conference at the Fairmont Resort in Leura, or wherever you are joining us virtually. My name is Bianca O'Grady. I'm a freelance science journalist and author, and I'm delighted to once again be MC for this unique and important gathering. I've been doing this now for so long. I started off not needing glasses, and now I need glasses. We're meeting today on Darug and Gundungurra lands. I acknowledge and pay my respects to the traditional owners of this absolutely gorgeous country, the beautiful Blue Mountains, and pay my respects to elders past, present and future. I'd also like to acknowledge and pay my respects to any First Nations people joining us today in the room or online. So we've experienced 3 consecutive La Niña summers, which have been a total nightmare for Australians living and working on floodplains, but have given many of us on the East Coast and many of the people in this room some breathing space after 2019-2020, which we rather needed. But this year, as I'm sure we all know, we've got a forecast El Niño. We've got climate change breathing down our necks, and we've seen from what's happened in the Northern Hemisphere, we've got a bit of a taste of perhaps what this year might bring. So specifically, I guess our buildings and our infrastructure are likely to be tested again. And so that's what you're all here for, is to do your best to create bushfire resilient homes and businesses and communities and infrastructure and towns and cities. So I'm really looking forward to hearing how you're all going to do that as somebody living in a Balfour zone. So just before we start, a bit of housekeeping. Hopefully all of you have downloaded the event app for this event. The access code, if you haven't already got it, is ABBC2023. You can log in, use your email address and the app PIN, which will be on your lanyard. The great thing about the event app is that you can connect with each other, you can get each other's contact details, check out the agenda, our presenter bios, and also most importantly for this, you can actually log in, and if you don't necessarily want to get up and stand in front of a microphone, you can file questions for our various speakers, and pretty much all of our speakers are going to be taking questions. You can put those into the app and save yourself the fear of the microphone. Before we start, we've got to recognise that this conference would not happen if we didn't have such fabulous and dedicated sponsors. So I'd like to thank again, the major partner for this event is the New South Wales Rural Fire Service once again, and I can see you're very highly represented in the room, which is fabulous. Also huge thanks to our platinum sponsor, Trevor Kempster Consultancy Services, to our silver sponsor, TBA Firefly, our bronze sponsor, Warrington Fire and Trafalgar Fire, and also to our event partner, the Fire Protection Association of Australia. All of our sponsors have stands in the exhibition and around, so please pay them a visit and ask them questions about their products and the work that they do. The expo or exhibition is next door, so when we've got breaks, please drop in there and have a chat to the people there. If you're joining us online and you would like to collect CPD points, you have to log into each session within the first 5 minutes, and you got to stay till the end to get the CPD points. So don't click off and go and binge watch Schitt's Creek or something. You've actually got to be on there. And finally, if you haven't already got tickets for this evening's dinner at the Hydro Majestic, there are still some tickets available. So you can see Agnes at the front desk and she will sort you out. So, that's all the boring stuff over. I would now like to welcome to the stage Gundungurra man David King to welcome us to country.
So, in my language, Mulai Bimbi Gang, which means beautiful greetings. I like in the speech we didn't do in case of fire, because I'm assuming you all know what to do, eh? Because that's why you're the fire people. This thing moves, or I'm just putting on too much weight. I'm Uncle David King. I'm a Gundungurra man. I try not to use uncle unless it's an Iliwa meeting when it's serious government talks. So I'm pretty relaxed in here today. My mum was Auntie Mary King, and she was born at a place called Gargaree in Katoomba, which we call Gadumba as our clan country. It's just that in the interpretation they put a K in front instead of a G, and now we have Katoomba, but I'm happy that our clan has a recognition. She was born in an area that we would call a soak or a swamp, and we continually get requests to burn it. And as we said, for thousands of years, it never burnt. But as the environment is changing, our risk is getting higher, hey? And I'm glad that we have these sort of meetings to discuss it. As a kid in the 70s, sometimes I do school groups and they've never heard of the 70s, hey? So I'm glad that maybe some people understand their comment. I had a group recently that weren't even born in the 1900s. I said, I was born in 1963, and they looked at me and went, what is that? I went, when were you born? They said, 2004, all of us. Like, wow, you people exist. I was watching out Munmai, Mount Solitary, a fire come up the back, and I said to my uncle, Uncle, do we go now? He said, nah. He was the best uncle because he made, in my opinion, the best porridge. He soaked it overnight and put a good heat of salt in it, which apparently is not good for me now, being Aboriginal. I'm not allowed to have too much sodium. But I sat there, and basically he said to me, that's okay, David, he said, that thing's about 2 days away. It'll go up through Cliff Drive, so don't build a house there. Now it's full of houses. And he said it'll swing back that way. We could always read country. We always knew it. But a few years ago, country changed in our opinion. The last fires that came from north-south was probably the first time I panicked, because you couldn't read the wind. The environment is what I call top-heavy oil now. I always jokingly think that we're going to end up selling stuff back to Middle East soon because of the way our environment swung. So we need to sit down as a community and think about people. My daughters grew up with fire, but even they panic nowadays. So it's good that we are doing this, in my opinion. So on behalf of my elders past and present, Galambanyan Gundunga Marinu, Burragarang, Essie Cooper was my granddad, born out there what they now call Warragamba Dam. Auntie Mary, my mum, born here, Gadumba. Emu country, lyrebird country, and my songline goes through to Derribalat, down in Megalong country. Megalong needs some good houses, eh? So if we're going to make money, just sign me up and I'll go down and talk to people. Nah, it's all right. Not here for that, am I? Just the harshness. Even where I work, our rainforest is drying out at a quicker rate than we've ever seen. So our water table. Basically, my existence is pulling weeds and drinking tea, and even us on our water tables, just the impacts that we're seeing needs us to sit as a community and discuss. So Baringaling is my elders past, Marinda is our elders present, Bayami, God and our ancestors, Gunai Daru, Mother Earth. I really hope for the next time that you're here over this journey that you think about Gunai Daru, that we look not just how we can keep our people safe, and I'm not talking about just my people, but all of us, how we can keep them safe, but we look at country as well and how we can bring safety across our nation, as well as keeping people nice and comfortable at home. In our culture, we play the clapsticks to welcome, and this is when the sound guy panics, like, God, here he goes. He's going to blow my ears out. But I step back, because I'm a caring sort of guy, apparently. I'll step back, I'll play these, and then I'll come up and thank you. Welcome everybody. In my language, Yarangni, thank you. Have a great conference.
Thanks so much, David. That was lovely. I could feel my eardrums kind of clicking. It's such an intense sound. It's marvellous. I'd now like to welcome virtually, not quite to the stage, the Blue Mountain City Council Mayor Mark Greenhill, who's going to speak to us all. Thank you very much, Mark.
Good morning, everyone, and welcome to the City of Blue Mountains. The City of Blue Mountains is located within the country of the Gundungurra and Darug peoples. I'd like to acknowledge Uncle David King. Blue Mountain City Council recognises that Darug and Gundungurra traditional owners have a continuous and deep connection to their country, and that this is of great cultural significance to Aboriginal people both locally and in the region. For Darug and Gundungurra people, Bungarra takes in everything within the physical, cultural and spiritual landscape: landforms, waters, air, trees, rocks, plants, animals, foods, medicines, minerals and special places. It includes cultural practice, kinship, knowledge, songs, stories and art, as well as spiritual beings and people, past, present and future. Blue Mountain City Council pays respect to elders past and present, while recognising the strength, capacity and resilience of past and present Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people in the Blue Mountains region. Well, welcome to the annual Australian Bushfire Building Conference. This conference is presented this year by Blue Mountains Economic Enterprise in partnership with Blue Mountain City Council, and it's always a special occasion for me because 1 month after I became mayor, just had my 10th anniversary, we had the 2013 bushfires. So it marked very much the beginning of my time in this role, and has very much been a significant part of the 10 years since. I want to thank the sponsors for today's event, including the major partner, our great friends and colleagues at the New South Wales Rural Fire Service. We'll hear from Lisa Chu, who's Supervisor Development Planning and Policy at the New South Wales RFS, as well as Susan Fox, Senior Manager, Bushfire Planning, Resilience and Urban Sustainability for the New South Wales Department of Planning and Environment, DPE, when they share their presentation later this morning. I really want to thank our keynote speaker today, Dr. Margie Prideaux, I should say. Margie Prideaux is someone who has been thinking deeply about the environment, ecosystems and conservation over many years. Her work is informed by a profound and personal understanding of how the climate catastrophe can upturn lives and communities, but also its capacity to shape resilience. Now, I want to give apologies for the federal member for Macquarie, Susan Templeman MP, as well as the member for Blue Mountains, Trish Doyle MP, both of whom have asked me to send you a note of welcome from each of them. Over the next 2 days, you'll hear from professionals working across multiple fields, including researchers, architects, engineers, designers, regulators and certifiers, each driven by a common goal of building better bushfire resilience in our communities. Following the success of 2022, this year's conference is another hybrid event. And I extend a warm welcome to all of you joining us today, to those of you in the room and those of you like me participating from elsewhere in Australia or around the world, and I welcome you. 2023 marks the 9th year of this conference, and you may know that its inception came out of those October 2013 bushfires I just talked about. Now, those fires burnt large areas across the state of New South Wales, including over 65,000 hectares in the greater Blue Mountains area. Prior to that event, in 2022, when the Australian public was polled on their views of climate change, just 36% of Australians agreed that global warming is a serious and pressing problem requiring immediate action. Just 36% of our fellow Australians. And they felt that no matter what the costs. 10 years on, and following the tremendous suffering and destruction of the 2019-20 bushfires, known as the Black Summer fires, when asked the same question, 60% or 6 out of 10 agreed that yes, global warming is a serious and pressing problem. And my source for that is the Lowy Institute of 2022. Which brings us to the theme of this year's conference, which is looking forward, looking backward. We look forward to reckon with the past, to understand our legacy, to learn. In many ways, it's our capacity to reckon with our past that shapes how we respond to the challenges we face. Those of you living in bushfire-prone areas will know how profoundly the threat of fire can shape a community. Here in the Blue Mountains, the specific possibilities of climate change invite us as a whole community to come together, and they demand that we act. The Blue Mountains local government area covers 140,000 hectares, 3/4 of which comprises National Park. As one of only 2 cities in the world fully located within a UNESCO declared World Heritage Area, the Blue Mountains City Council recognises its stewardship, its responsibility in managing the Blue Mountains sustainably within a landscape of globally significant biodiversity. This year we celebrate 25 years of sustainable Blue Mountains, 25 years of placing climate change and sustainability at the centre of Council's strategic planning. Sustainability lies at the heart of our community vision, and with the help of our community councillors leading local action to restore planetary health and working to be an exemplar for local governments around the world. In 2021, in the lead up to the 26th annual COP Summit in Glasgow, Blue Mountain City Council joined with councils across Australia and the globe to form a coalition of cities committed to setting science-based targets and to start implementing inclusive and resilient climate action. The Cities Race to Zero campaign is about forming a coalition to help influence the global agenda for climate action and provide leadership. As a council, we've committed to achieving an ambitious target of net zero emissions from operations by the end of 2025, and I can tell you we're on track. The Blue Mountains Planetary Health Initiative continues to flourish, involving community groups, educators and researchers, organisations, businesses, creatives, and collaborations of all kind and across all disciplines to help us develop the outcomes needed to ensure our communities and ecosystems that sustain us can thrive. Planetary health is about highlighting our shared responsibility, and you will later have an opportunity to reflect on this in the panel discussion moderated by Justin Leonard of the CSIRO. Many of the presentations this year will demonstrate how technology is delivering solutions that empower people to make informed decisions and that are enabling adaptations to our built environment to increase bushfire resilience. Peter Jacklin from the Faculty of Science and Technology, Charles Darwin University, will share with you shortly what can be achieved when future technologies combine with respect for the deep knowledge of traditional owners to deliver world-class outcomes. Looking forward, we can choose inaction, or we can choose joining together for action. To me, the choice is absolutely clear. I hope that in this conference, you each find opportunities for reflection and learning. I hope that together we can strengthen our networks and find inspiration for collective action and build transformative solutions. So it's my absolute pleasure to now declare this conference open. Enjoy and thank you for coming.
Thank you so much, Mark, which is a useful reminder that we're not just here to deal with bushfires when they happen, but hopefully to prevent them from happening by addressing greenhouse gas emissions, which is somewhat of a more complex problem. So before we go on to our next speaker, I just wanted to do a bit of a snap poll to get a sense of who's here and why. We did this a couple of years ago, I think, and I omitted architects, much to my friend Ingrid's disgust. So I'm going to start with, can anyone who's an architect in the room raise their hand? Gosh, the lone architect, ladies and gentlemen. Business is yours. All right, now the next or most obvious one is RFS. Who's RFS in the room? Come on, we know you've got uniforms on, we can spot you. Okay, you definitely win the majority. Who's here from council? Oh yeah, we've got quite a few people. Builders. Who describes himself as a builder? Oh, 2 of you, another 2 that got the business market cornered this morning, well done. Bushfire consultants. Oh, I think you outnumber the RFS. Well done. Who else have we got? Academics. Yes, of course. Graham in the front. Yep, reasonable number of academics. Any students in the room? Oh yeah, we've got a couple of students. Excellent. More than one. Fantastic. Go the next generation. Engineers. Yeah, a few engineers. Who else have I got? Certifiers, is that a thing? Would someone describe themselves? Okay, we've got certifiers. Good, that wasn't just a category I made up. Any homeowners in the room? Ah, okay. Oh, well, we're all homeowners. Okay. Well, actually, these days with the housing crisis, not everybody. Yeah, renters. Actually, that's not really, yeah, anyway, that's a whole other discussion. Can of worms, not going there. Have I missed anyone? Shout out if I've forgotten you. Great. Winning. All right. Fantastic. Well, thank you for that. That was quite instructive. So now we know who our target audience is for approaching for sponsorship next year. Bully for you. All right, so it's now time for our first official presentation of the conference. So this is a keynote address from Dr. Margie Prideaux, who is an international negotiator and academic. She's also the author of Fire, A Message from the Edge of Climate Catastrophe. Now she's joining us remotely to reduce her travel-related greenhouse gas emissions, but she's also, so we're going to have a pre-recorded talk, and then she'll also be available to take questions at the end of this. So you can either get up and take them on the microphone if you want, use your app and feed questions into your app. So I'd now like to welcome Margie and look forward to hearing what she has to say.
I want to tell you a story. It's one I'm sure you've heard 100 times before. You've probably watched it on TV or listened to it on your morning commute. You think you know where the story's going, but I wonder if you've ever heard the final chapter. My version of this tale begins in December 2019. Australia was already on fire. Homes and lives had been lost, and my community was on high alert. There's something that ripples through a rural community during fire season, where people in the city talk of the intensity of the sun, or the welcome shade of streetscapes or trees, or the merits of the office and home air conditioning. People in the countryside see a different summer. The wind is drier, ground and leaves and twigs snap more underfoot. When scuffed or kicked, the soil lifts like cloudy dust. Eucalypts drop their leaves in a hopeful effort to cover the ground. Our environment is tinder dry and we feel it. And this knowledge passes between us in every exchange, every handshake, every hug. Silently, we're saying, it's fire season. Please take care. In December 2019, southern Australia was very, very dry. Lightning struck in the farm next door, and within minutes, my husband was hauling his ute out ready to fight the flames. Within the hour, I was on my way to the fire station to start what would become weeks of shifts as a radio operator. We're a community of firefighters. Some of us have been so for generations. We know fire, and generally we win, but not this time. Lightning had struck again on December 30th in the island's jewel, the Flinders Chase National Park, to the southwest of our farm. Hundreds of firefighters and earth movers from our small community and beyond risked their lives to build fire breaks to halt the front, but 3 days later, on January 3rd, 2 pyrocumulus clouds exploded and sent a fast-moving firestorm north and eastward. This previously rare phenomenon incinerated farms, animals and infrastructure, lighting decades-old plantations like candles and overrunning vast ecosystems and their wildlife. The wildfire was so hot, so uncontrollable, it literally devoured the landscape at lethal speed. Firefighters took refuge where they could or fled from the front. The sheep, cows, kangaroos, wallabies, koalas ran in panicked mobs and perished together in tortured heaps. Stunned and confused, wildlife had nowhere to hide. The wildfire destroyed our farm, our home, and our dreams. It destroyed the farms, the homes, and the dreams of our neighbours too. And the wildfire took 2 lives, a father and son, both brave firefighters. By January 4th, the wildfire had reverted to just a devouring crawl, burning eastward for yet another 2 harrowing weeks. When finally contained, but still active, it had burnt more than 2,100 hectares of agricultural land, plantations and woodlands on our small island. 89 homes were reduced to ash and nearly 300 farm buildings destroyed, many with tools and equipment collected over farming generations. Close to 60,000 farm animals and 830 beehives were destroyed. 1,500 hectares of mature plantations were razed. This is the story you know. You've read the words and seen the pictures, homes in crumpled heaps, shocked homeowners looking through the rubble of their lives. But the wildfire was just the start. Surviving the recovery was so much harder. Across Australia, the figures were similarly grim. Black Summer decimated 19 million hectares of land, destroyed 3,000 houses, killed 33 people, more than 100,000 farm animals and 3 billion native animals across Australia. It burned a globally unprecedented percentage of the continental forest biome and took its place in history as one of the largest wildfire seasons anywhere in the world. Yes, let me say that to you again, and please let those words sink in. It was one of the largest wildfire seasons anywhere in the world, far eclipsing the wildfires of North America and Europe. It raged across the continent for 7 months. Smoke plumes and firestorms reached 30 kilometres above the ground, injecting aerosols into the stratosphere and circumnavigating the globe. In that fateful season, thousands of people were rendered homeless, deep in trauma and cut adrift from society while they tried to recapture and rebuild their lives. These are the chapters you do not know. It is these missing chapters I want you to hear and understand. From across the world, there was absolutely an outpouring of goodwill, care and compassion for everyone who lost in the fires. But love does not rebuild a life, and compassion does not protect the future. Cloaked with anxiety, dread and bone-deep sadness, all of us found ourselves suddenly turning to government bureaucracy that was ill-equipped to even understand what we faced. Now homeless and in tents or sheds or shipping containers, looking across a landscape rendered utterly lifeless. We waited for months for committees to form, for meetings to be scheduled. All the while, we clung to our phones for hours and hours, attempting to re-establish our existence. Without ID, you cannot reclaim ID. Without ID, you are no one. The process was slow and painful and demoralising, and it went on for months. Overnight, we'd slipped from being landholders and business owners to being nothing. And when you are nothing, you have to wait for the world to notice you again. All the while, you're looking out at the ash that was once your life. In time, insurance paid up. Honestly, the industry had little choice. It's not as if it could claim the fire was arson. But soon we discovered that insurance is not nearly enough. Keep in mind, we didn't wake in the morning after the fire filled with excitement about building our new dream home. Most of us had never even considered the prospect, and yet we faced a building industry keen for our business, but who really saw dollar signs to chase. No one stepped forward to talk about how best to rebuild, about how to prepare for the future. It was all focused on builder expediency and cost. We had to research the BAL building code on our own and to insist those standards as baseline in our contract. Keep in mind, we're deep in trauma. There was no one around to offer independent advice, no one to offer informed support. We were genuinely on our own. Jeff and I negotiated with our builder to meet some of the BAL 40 standards. Things like less than 3mm gaps in the eaves to the ground, BAL 40 rated windows with fire screens, steel and modwood decking and more. With our plumber, that we contracted separately from the builder so we could control this part of the build, Jeff designed a firefighting system into the house, the sheds and the surrounds. And then we, like everyone else, shared our information across our community. This was how our community learned. There was no external support. Most of us discovered that our new insurance offered almost no concession for our efforts and rewarded us with a threefold rise in our premiums. Are we better off than the fire? I'm often asked that. Genuinely, hell no. It's cost us dearly both financially and emotionally. Are we safer, more able to face the next fire season? That's, to me, the more honest question. And to that I say absolutely. but not only because of our wildfire conscious and costly rebuild. And here is the final chapter that needs to be told. We already knew our community had strong glue holding us together. We already knew that farmers, the food bowl and fibre source of the world, don't function in isolation. It takes a community. Teachers, doctors, plumbers, firefighters, artists, musicians, wildlife rescuers, future leaders, friends. This is what makes the rural world turn. We treasure it, foster it, protect it, and we learn. Through the hellfire journey, our discovery that the world beyond us forgot us, our slow and debilitating rebuild path only brought us back into life because of the grace of our community. We began to talk about the future and about what we can do. Sure, there have been small government increases in firefighting resources, not nearly as much as is needed. Government has certainly protected its own assets within the parks. There have been limited government grant programs for community projects, but these are really nothing more than baubles and beads to prop up the reports, the Royal Commission, and all manner of documents created to narrate the fiction that government is fully awake to the urgent risk. Nothing material in government control has changed to make our communities safer. Mostly the world and our government has forgotten. But if you've walked the path through a firestorm with a community, then you learn we only have each other. It's together that we will survive. We will plan, we will coordinate, we will go our own way. And this is the final chapter's message for you. My community knows down at our cellular level that our wildfire will be back and yours will come soon. Science is screaming at us that climate change is ramping up the pressure and we have to adapt. My community also knows the contract with government is broken. Governments are not prepared for what is unfolding right now. We will only survive the next apocalyptic climate storm through knowledge and connection we share with our neighbours. Build it, foster it, talk about what threatens you, and please don't close your ears to this story. This final chapter of a tale you've heard so many times before, because soon your survival will become part of the same book.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you, David King, for the welcome to country, and also Mark Greenhill for the welcome to this vital conference. I also want to extend my gratitude to the organising committee for embracing my virtual attendance stipulation and honouring my climate pledge not to fly anymore. My career has taken me overseas multiple times a year for decades, and I feel very keenly the responsibility of the emissions that I've contributed to. So I'm grateful to be able to bring a controversial message to you in this format. David's comments this morning have really moved me, and I'm still internalising them. Country is changing, and he's so right. We have so much to urgently work out. You are a crucial and actually a very unique gathering, and I feel very honoured to be given the opportunity to sow some seeds in your mind before you go on to deliberate all of the important details about this existential threat that we're collectively facing over the next 2 days. I think the words that are really coming forward for me is what David said. We need safety across country, and understanding who is in country is part of that. I've actually long since given up arguing if we are facing climate change or a changing climate. That, as you can imagine, as I was writing Fire, that was something that I was confronted with on almost a daily basis as people assimilate information in different ways and come to understand what's happening in different ways. But the reality is that the world is changing, and it's changing very fast. Our conditions are getting harsher, more brutal, more dangerous, and yet our preparations for this future, with the exception of the work that you are doing, is sliding woefully, woefully behind. And when I mean we, I'm talking about the community at large, and I'm talking about all of the government agency beyond the small group, and you have to admit that you still are a small group that are focusing on the deep threat of wildfire. When I say that, I'm not actually meaning about our national and global efforts to reduce emissions, although I find that progress equally depressing as well. I'm talking about adaptation. I'm talking about adaptation and actions in the here and now in order to survive the wildfire that we're going to face tomorrow. Not in 2050, not in 2090, or in some distant, terrifying world inhabited by our great-great-grandchildren. I'm talking about now, because without attention to now, there's not going to be a 2050, nor will there be any hope of reshaping that distant, terrifying future into something kinder. I feel a deep frustration, actually, that I need to express. It's a frustration that the world, and closer to home, even in Australia, so quickly forgets the scale of impact and loss within mere months after each climate-driven disaster. I'm thinking about the comment that was made earlier about the number of people in Australia that consider climate change to be impacting our lives right now. And yet we've had disaster after disaster rolling across our nation for 3 years now. You know, but I also understand it. Until January 3rd on 2020, I was probably among the forgetful too. Life gets busy and bad news wears you thin after a while, and it's easier to just let it slide, I think. There's a habit of doom scrolling that we get into, and then I think we almost overwhelm ourselves so that the news of what the reality is becomes untrue. It becomes fiction, becomes something that's happening on a screen, not something that's real. So I know it. I understand about the forgetting. I understand the willful turning your mind away. And even despite spending a career working on international conservation and climate change, I was utterly unprepared for the deep, deep soul shock of the Black Summer wildfires. It wasn't actually the loss of our home. We had been in the fire station for 2 weeks before the fire actually hit our property. Well, I had been in the fire station. My husband had been on the fire ground. And so we were in many ways disconnected from where we lived. And we had started staying in accommodation closer to the station. You know, it's a long distance when you're in a rural community to be going backwards and forwards after such long shifts. So we weren't physically actually even here on the day that our farm was lost. And the day after, we had to travel for an hour through active fire ground and burnt ground before we arrived here. So that hour of blackness and animals in heaps against fence lines and white ash everywhere had almost prepared us for seeing the house. So it wasn't actually the loss of our home or our sheds that hit me so deeply. It was standing about an hour later deep in a paddock that sits adjacent to our vineyard. I was standing there and could see from horizon to horizon white ash. It was actually above my ankles. It was so deep because the breeze was billowing it into areas, and I happened to be standing somewhere where it had collected. But it looked like a blanket of sinister snow. It was just lifeless, absolutely lifeless. There wasn't a bird, no insect hum, nothing but the breeze. And I looked up the hill to see my husband Jeff walking along the row of his vineyard that had taken the first brunt of the fire. And I watched him sort of stand and look deep into this place that he had invested so much time and love. And it was a silent howl that came from him. And in that moment, I think my soul shattered, because I realized we were looking at the results of climate change, and I was not confident we were going to be able to survive it. It was never the fire. It was the result of the fire. It was the aftermath. And I didn't know if we had the strength to keep going. It took me actually 18 months to recover from that. And that 18 months had moments where we both stood very, very close to the cliff edge, deciding whether or not to keep going. Then, watching the disasters of the next few years, and by the disasters I'm talking about the heat dome in North America, epic wildfires in Latin America and Europe, the floods, lethal mudslides almost everywhere it seemed, including in Australia. Then more wildfire. Now we're seeing heat waves rolling. And in early 2020, I found myself initially confused about why there was this forgetting. It would sit in the media for a week or two, and then we would be talking about something inane. I went through a number of cycles of feeling. Initially, I was outraged, and then I became sadly resigned that the next disaster would always come to the media and politicians as a shock. And while this revelation was unfolding, I was also researching for my book, Fire. So I was interviewing community members within my own community, but also across Australia, and finding very similar reactions in so many of them. To keep in mind, when I'm interviewing people, I'm not interviewing people in their homes or in safe environments. I'm interviewing people who are still standing in the ash of their farms or beside the rubble of their home. And they were seeing the same media and were equally confused. Then out came things like the Red Cross fire preparedness kits and a host of other kind of bushfire safety tools that just seemed to fall inadequately short of what was needed. I'm not denigrating the quality of those tools. They are actually magnificent, and they are crucial for human survival in the moment. But no one was prepared for what the bushfire would actually mean. It wasn't just the loss of life in the moment and saving that life. It was, how are we going to survive the recovery? I know in the background of this willful ignorance that seemed to be afoot, there are many, many good plans, good reports, good strategies, sensational research, lots of which is going to be discussed today and tomorrow by you. I don't want to denigrate that in any way. I know that there is important work going on, but on the ground where communities face the gravest risks, there is actually almost nothing. I know that's a big statement, and I know it's a controversial statement, and I know some of you in the room and some of you online are going to feel outraged that I've said it. But look closely at where the money is actually flowing. Is it going towards the creation of committees and reports? Is it supporting the salaries of people who are tasked to talk about wildfire risk and to create awareness projects? Is it going into national park and state park fire plans? Probably yes. These are all functions of government, and they are very, very important. NGOs are taking up some of this work too. I'm not suggesting it shouldn't be done, but how much is actually going into physical adaptation? How much is going into road access, safeguarding buildings, firefighting equipment? Wildfire is threatening us everywhere, from the deep bush to the open farmland, yet adaptation is being treated by government as an elite option. They're forgetting that community defences need people, people that are willing to face grueling 20-hour shifts every day, day after day, to inhale deadly smoke week after week, to face exhaustion and crippling depression, all with the hope that they'll have a livelihood when the disaster has passed. These people are typically not the elites of society. They do what they do for their communities. Their homes need to protect them so they can protect everyone else. And right now, that adaptation level is a long way from reality. Given my background, you probably thought I was going to speak about the threat of climate change to nature and wildlands. I'll admit that is actually still what gets me out of bed every morning, and it is the driving passion in my life. But in truth, I know these places need people to save them. And right now, those people are under just as much threat and suffering and loss. So protecting people means engaging with the world of economics and politics. And the economics of loss are staggering. By this, I mean the loss to the economy as each disaster sweeps through. I was looking this morning again in the Royal Commission reports that I've got set beside me, and they have sat beside me now for 2.5 years. Deloitte in 2017 estimated that natural disasters cost the Australian economy $18.2 billion per year. That's tangible and intangible costs. Some estimates have put the Black Summer fires at $88 billion for the one season. That's only property damage and economic loss. That's enormous. The numbers through Black Summer climbed obviously into the billions, but to know that it is that high is staggering. The other thing that I need to say too is, and I'm still struggling to find the right words to describe this, but the intangible of loss is still not well captured in these figures. Government infrastructure, things that the insurance industry engage with are factual and able to be captured as figures. But the loss of a person's business or the loss of their confidence to continue living somewhere and being forced into a different lifestyle, I think are things that we need to struggle our way through so that we actually can capture them as well. Because my sense is, in the tail of Black Summer and then with the floods thereafter, that we're not really understanding how much our country is being hurt. Add to that the climbing insurance premiums that are pushing more and more people and businesses into risk situations, and the cost of materials for rebuilding when shortages hits. And we've certainly all experienced that over the last 2 years. But communities, especially rural communities, can't withstand it. It's actually crippling us. But I'm fearful that soon the nation isn't going to be able to withstand it either, and then we'll be in serious trouble. My sense, looking through the literature and reports, is that you in the Blue Mountains and perhaps more broadly in New South Wales might be slightly ahead of the nation. I could be wrong, and I don't really know, but nonetheless, I think it's safest if I lean on a South Australian example to illustrate what I'm talking about. Our farm is 30 kilometres due north as the crow flies of Flinders Chase National Park. We're surrounded by commercial eucalypt plantations. I have actually no idea what the BAL rating would have been required for a new house build before the wildfire hit us. But directly afterwards, Our property and the surrounding farms were inexplicably rated as BAL 12.5. When I inquired about this, I was told it was because the fires had already razed so much land. But what the result was, and this is part of the intangibles, is the cut price building industry literally swooped in. They were like predators on the hunt. It was particularly galling considering everything documented in the Bushfire Commission report. And I've read it word for word, the entire thing. I can even tell you the pages, 399 to 414. Far too many of our community succumbed to their rebuild properties. It was rebuild promises, sorry. It was an opportunity lost. We had an opportunity in that moment to step beyond the legacy risk of the buildings that we already lived in, of the environment that we already lived in, and protect our community going forward. What is the cost of the fact that that didn't happen? Those of us who resisted the cut price building, knowing that we had to rebuild better, knowing that if we wanted to stay, it was sadly going to be up to us. We had to struggle against a building industry who really had no interest in going beyond the code. Our rebuild cost us at least a third more because we put BAL 40 stipulation into the contract. And I can assure you, we had to fight almost every day of the build to make sure that that was happening. Do we need BAL 40 to protect us from a wildfire racing across our paddock to our house? Obviously no. We're firefighters and we know any firefighter worth their salts could defend our house with a garden hose. We stand now on a hill in the middle of a grassy paddock. But we also know when 326 square kilometres of Flinders Chaser on fire, 120 square kilometres of eucalypt plantation are exploding, and pyrofume clouds are raining embers down on us, will a BAL 12.5 house actually make it? No way. I know it. You know it. So why then did our government not stipulate a more rigorous rebuild requirement? Wouldn't it have been fairer for everyone rebuilding? Wouldn't it have been wise, given the firefighters facing the future firestorm are living in these homes? Why wasn't the legacy risk addressed? These are not unknown statistics and trends yet. For each disaster we face them anew without a plan and without a strategy. And that is what I am meaning when I say government is not prepared. It's as if we're all trapped in some kind of mental warp, of blinkered thinking. We use this language that just sort of traps us. 1 in 100-year floods, 1 in 10-year fires, 1 in 50-year fires. This is dangerous language, and in so doing, we reinforce the political expediency to kick the can down the road. But let me assure you, rebuilding a life is way, way harder than surviving a wildfire. My community lost 2 people in the Black Summer wildfires, and probably we've lost a dozen since. Some of those have died, some have left our community. We still have active suicide watches, and that's 3 years on. There are telephone trees still active in our community long, long after the recovery process has left, has packed up the building and gone away. Telephone trees checking in to make sure that communities are not suiciding. And we know that we're not going to make it over the coming period. There will be more people leave us in one way or the other. The emotional, mental, and physical toll of recovery is incredibly high. Looking across a landscape almost every day, that yes, is nature rebounding, and yes, is nature that is beautiful and wondrous and magnificent and incredible, but it is still deeply, painfully burnt land. So this is why I am deeply grateful to have the chance to tell you my community's story. I've actually walked away from my career and I'm now exclusively helped I have actually walked away from my career. I knew I would do that. Hang on a moment. I'm intentionally not standing up today because I was bone scared I would do exactly what I just did then and pull my headphones out of my ears. Okay, so let me say, I have walked away from my career to exclusively focus on helping my immediate community adapt to what we know is coming. We've held our own community meetings and we predict that within 3 years, especially with El Nino kicking in sometime, if not by the end of this year, early next year, we know that we are going to face another fire within 3 to 6 years. We now understand that we can't rely on the weather conditions of the past. We now understand that the sea breeze that was once our saviour in wildfire seasons will feed pyrocumulus clouds. We understand what pyrocumulus clouds are, and we didn't before. We're getting wiser. We're sharing information. We're putting in the infrastructure that we need to protect ourselves because there isn't anyone else to help us. I'm actually openly advocating, and I know that it's radical and I know that people will disagree with me, but that we go our own way, that we adapt to the needs that we as a community feel, regardless of what government tells us to do, because we're finding government is too slow and government doesn't understand. I'm for the most part also turning down invitations to speak to general audiences because in truth, no one seems to really want to hear. But you are a unique and important audience. You, all of those wonderful people sitting around those round tables that I can see, you are in a position to change the narrative, to lift the pace. I know, you know, Australia needs to be adapting to wildfire right now. And honestly, as we move into the next El Nino cycle, where isn't bushfire prone anymore? Our buildings should be the front line of our adaptation to wildfire. Safe buildings for everyone should be our legacy. Thank you.
Thanks so much, Margie. Now, we do have a few minutes for questions. I can't see if there's anybody hopping up to grab a microphone just yet. I'm not actually sure where the microphones are. Oh, we've got one microphone in the corner if anybody in the room wants to ask a question. And also, if you want to put any questions into the app, those of you who are joining us in person or online, please do so. But in the meantime, I have questions. I always have questions. So, Margie, if I could ask, what are some of the, I guess, the practical things that you're doing both individually and as a community to prepare for this year's fire season, knowing what you now know from having survived 2019, 2020?
Well, I didn't put these in my presentation because they are very unique to our community and very unique to the laws that we have in South Australia. But much of the activities that we're doing are actually illegal. I probably shouldn't say this, but I will, because it's important that people understand. I think we're now understanding a bit more about what needs to change about our buildings. Those of us who have built to higher fire standards have been able to share information and are helping others retrofit to the extent that they can houses that have been built to lower fire standards. We're clearing bush. I'm sad to say it, and as a conservationist, 30-year career conservationist, we are clearing bush. We are moving big trees and understory further away from buildings than we are legally allowed. We're actually not in this landscape. We are not allowed to move trees far enough away from built infrastructure for what we experienced in Black Summer. The laws respond to the fires that we had 10 years ago, and they worked. They were perfect. But Black Summer showed us that it's a completely different game, and that ember attack is so very much more crucial, that we need more green ground around our buildings in order to be able to defend. We're putting in fire tracks through bush on private land, but still it's heritage listed bush, and we are putting in fire tracks that are not allowed. They haven't been cleared, we have not got permission, but we are doing it anyway. And we're doing it because we have no choice. We're doing it, we're also an island, let me say that to be clear. When disaster hits us, we are genuinely on our own for the first 24 hours. There is no way to get anyone else here to help us. It takes time to marshal more fire trucks onto boats and more firefighters into our unique island space. So we know that we have to look after that ourselves, but we are also ensuring that we have an incredibly good network of independent firefighting people as well. So people not only on trucks, but people in utes with fire equipment on the back. And we have a communications infrastructure that we've set up on our own that helps to manage all of those people. Now, this is pretty hardcore firefighting stuff, but again, I must say that we are a firefighting community, so this is what we understand and what we know we can do. I think that the other thing that we're doing, which is much more social, is that we are making sure we have conversations about safe space and where people should go. We are making sure we have conversations about how we will pick each other up after the next disaster. It's not only about the Red Cross fire kit, which again is a magnificent tool. Really, genuinely, it is a beautiful tool, but it's only about getting out at the emergency front. Our community has to fight the emergency and survive the emergency as well. So that's probably where we're putting our effort.
Thank you. We do have a comment coming online, anonymous comment saying the FPAA, which is Fire Protection Association of Australia, need to educate and lobby DEECA. I'm not actually sure what that acronym is, but I'm pretty sure everybody else in the room does, and the CFA to place bushfire planning at the forefront with protection of human life at the centre, where all other overlays are strategically placed and addressed within its leading framework. This is the only way all can be satisfactorily addressed. Yes, for a fee, but not at the expense of life. I don't know if you've wanted to comment at all on that or just...
Oh, absolutely. And I don't know what the acronym means either. I think it might be a New South Wales specific one, but I understand the sentiment of what's happening there. And I can tell you that in South Australia, even though our firefighting laws say that life is at the forefront, we have a conflict of interest in that the fire chiefs that run the incident controllers that run fires have to be government employees, and very often they come from the conservation agencies. And during our fire, one of the very contentious things that has had to be addressed here in South Australia is that there was a delay in making a decision about the fire that was raging in Flinders Chase National Park. And that delay, because of the interest of not backburning a wildlife area, is what caused the firestorm to outbreak. So there's a disconnect inside government agencies between what one law means and what another law means. And I don't mean that anyone did anything wrong. Everyone was operating to the best of their ability in the moment, but there is a lack of clarity about what protecting life actually means. and what comes first. These conversations, though, should not be happening in the middle of a fire. These conversations should be happening years beforehand, and the community should understand them. And that, I think, is the other thing that is missing, is that communities are not part of fire preparedness. Communities are not part of firefighting, and communities don't understand to a large extent the existential risks they're facing, and they need to.
Thanks. Now, do we have two questions, two gentlemen standing, or are you just getting some blood flow? Okay, just getting blood flow. Flabby. So I'm interested that you did bring up insurance, and just from my personal perspective, our insurance premiums in 2018 were $2,645. At the time, I thought we were overinsured. Our insurance premiums just due now are $5,582. So they've more than doubled in 5 years, and we haven't done anything different to our house. I'm interested that you did raise the issue of insurance, and I'm wondering what needs to change on that front, do you think?
I think that we're talking about a massive rethink in the way that the insurance industry works, and this requires government to step in. I don't think that it's fair to ask the insurance industry to just respond with the same framework and dynamic as they've been operating under all this time, but nor do I think it's fair that people's premiums become so high that they physically cannot upkeep them and have to make decisions about what to cut. Because I can assure you, we thought we were overinsured as well. But when it came to replacing what had been lost, and I'm not even talking about the stuff in a house, I'm talking about replacing the built infrastructure on our farm, we were so far behind the 8 ball, it was crazy. And there was no way we could build the same house with the insurance money that we had. We had to reduce the square footage substantively. We had a 4-bedroom, 2-bathroom house before. We now have a 2-bedroom, 1-bathroom house. That's how we made it work. We downscaled what we could afford to do in order to be able to stay. And that was fine in Black Summer, right? That was fine when the cost of building was still affordable, and when there was still a great deal of goodwill and compassion for everything that everyone was going through. But imagine the future over the next 10 years with insurance premiums going up each year because more disasters are happening, and it's not just fire, it's flood and mudslides as well. Add to that, heat waves and drought. Insurance premiums are going to keep climbing, and disasters are going to keep unfolding. And at some point, people are not going to be able to afford to rebuild, and they will leave. And leaving means gutting rural communities. And I know that this is something that people in cities don't really understand, but you gut a rural community and you undermine your food security, because farmers won't stay where there's no community around them. That's what I was trying to say in shorthand in the video. The food and fibre industry of the world needs communities around farmers. You have to maintain communities around farmers if you want food. That means government has to step in, I think, now.
We do have a question from the floor just down here. Got a microphone somewhere? Yes, this gentleman in the black shirt.
Okay, good morning. I'll stand up. I don't know where your camera is, but first of all, you're magnificent. You've lived it, you can see it. I'm in the industry of fire protection products, right? So in the 1920 fires, houses that burnt down, which there were 2,000 to 3,000 of, I think, I'm making that number up, but they were told, regardless of the level of BAL that they were in, they could cap it at BAL 40 to rebuild. Now, I'm in the industry of the next level flame zone, so clearly that broke my dreams. But my question is, surely that's an underdone result for people who did burn down. If and when this happens again, which it will, how do we stop decisions that are pressured clearly by insurance companies, government, for politics? How do you stop that happening again and actually get real protection?
Sadly, you have to rely on the thing that I have given up hope in. You need law. We need government to step in and make this law, and it's staggering to me that it isn't yet. It's staggering to me that it can be in here, it can be spelt out, it can be in every report that's been written since, it can be across the industry, general knowledge. Everyone knows that this is what needs to happen, and yet it's not happening. When we talk about climate change in this country, thankfully, we've moved to a point where we can, but we only talk about emissions. We don't understand that we actually have to be putting in changes now that lock in adaptation, and that's what I'm talking about. I'm talking exactly about what you're saying. We need laws that force the kind of change beyond the legacy risk that we had. They need to be laws that say BAL flame zone needs to be X and BAL 40 needs to be Y, and that the industry has no choice but to meet it. Without that, you've just got competition, and it will always pull things down. I don't know if I've answered your question properly or not, but that's my wish is that it didn't have to be law, but I believe that it has to be.
Got a question from Ben Folbig on the app, just asking, when you're clearing, are you replanting with fire-resistant species, which I understand can assist with ember filter when it's done correctly?
It can assist with ember filter for sure, and I think some places, some properties are employing that, but in my old house, I actually had a whole garden filled with fire-resistant plants, and that entire garden is what you were looking at in the video. Everything burnt, everything. Even my succulents and the famous agapanthus, it's all gone. Everything was ash when we turned up on the day. So many of us are just relying on physical distance. So we made some decision rules, Jeff and I, when we rebuilt, and we decided that there wasn't going to be anything higher than a metre within 20 metres around the house, and that there wouldn't be anything close to the house that was higher than grass. So we've set a distance of, I think it's 3 metres out from the house. It's just going to be grass. And the reason for that is that we know that we can't have ember banking up in anything that might blow in. So we're actually trying to not only prevent the fire damage against the house from just a small grass fire, but we're trying to prevent having material that blows in and then becomes fuel for embers that have also blown in. But yes, some people are using fire-resistant plants, but I'm sad to burst the bubble that we actually had that belief and it got destroyed for us.
We've got another question/comment, which I think will actually be answered by one of the other presentations. It's Jennifer Johnson saying, will AS 3959/2018 need to be revised in light of higher average temperatures over summer, climate change and changing fire behaviour, which I think is kind of the question of the conference. Some of the recommendations, especially around defendable space, would be well and truly out of date by now, and I think Graham might be talking about that later on today. I don't know if you have any particular comments at all on that as well?
No, other than I completely agree that they are out of date. And I mean, I'm staggered, really, that we can have had such a disaster sweep across the country. We have had what was probably one of the best commission reports written post a wildfire, which is the Bushfire Commission, or the Royal Commission into National Natural Disaster Arrangements. I'm just looking at it. You know, there is really excellent information in there, and even in the gaps that it didn't get addressed, you can see that the information exists. So why? Why is it not happening? Why did it not happen immediately? That's the thing that I find staggering, and that's why I'm fairly radically saying I think government has let us down. I think governments need to pick up the pace. This is, I cannot think of something that is more urgent for this country than this right now.
Well,
the
look,
end.
The end. That seems like a fairly massive mic drop to end this session on. So thank you so much, Dr. Margie Prideaux, for joining us and for your presentation this morning. So we're now going to break for morning tea, I believe. Yes. So there's the morning tea is going to be served out there and next door where the exhibition is. So please go and check out our exhibitors, have a chat to them. We'll resume at 11 a.m. And just a reminder that if you do want to attend the dinner tonight, we do have a few free tickets. Sorry, not free tickets, a few tickets left. So chat to Agnes. Thank you so much. Okay, everybody, if you could all take a seat, we might get started. For some reason the room looks busier than it did before. I don't know why. Maybe everybody's multiplied in the break. Okay, if I could have your attention, please. Thank you so much. So before we start, we do have a message from our Federal Minister, Susan Templeman, who's the Minister for this area, who was unable to attend today, but she sent a message. It's been almost 10 years since the 2013 fires took more than 200 homes in Winmalee, Yellow Rock, Springwood and Mount Victoria, including Susan's. The memories are still very fresh for many and the financial and emotional consequences continue. This bushfire conference was one of the very positive things to come out of those fires, and it has helped expand the knowledge and science of bushfire building, resilience and recovery. And I thank the Blue Mountain City Council for the ongoing commitment. I'm proud to be part of a federal government that recognises the need to invest in preparation and mitigation for bushfire, and for when the worst happens, to be ready to respond quickly. We are convening the first National Bushfire Preparedness Summit later this month, bringing together around 250 crisis management, response and recovery specialists from government, industry, community and the not-for-profit sector, which I suspect probably includes a few of you. So thank you very much, Susan, for that message. So it's now my pleasure to introduce Dr. Peter Jacklin from the Faculty of Science and Technology at Charles Darwin University, who's going to be talking about painting with fire, working with local knowledge for better fire management. And he'll be taking questions at the end. So thanks so much.
Yeah, thanks very much, everybody. I just want to check how I work this thing here for my PowerPoint. Oh, okay. Okay. So, thanks, everybody. I'm going to talk today about providing information to bushfire managers, because I manage an information service. But the people who we're providing information to are people who are managing country. They're managing landscapes, but in doing so, they're also protecting buildings and houses. But they're doing so in northern Australia and remote Australia as well. So I'm not going to presume that this is a solution for your situation just here, because we know that the fuel loads are different, the climate is different, but the broader approach we're taking hopefully will be useful, and including the ways in which some of these efforts are being funded, not to mention the fact that this is sort of an optimistic story, in that progress is actually being made in the face of, as you face here, worsening fire conditions. We have grass fires up there, but they are morphing into something that's a lot worse. So, to the first slide, this is why we call it Painting with Fire. This is actually an image of central Arnhem Land from very recently. The green patches and patterns you see there are burnt areas. They're imaged by satellite, but we've highlighted them in green. The thing is, these are not wildfires. These are planned burns put in by people. This is a human creation, but on a very large canvas, and this is one of the keys to preventing wildfires in this part of the world. I'll talk a bit more about that later. First of all, to the connection with buildings, and buildings are threatened in the tropics. This is Lahaina in Maui in Hawaii. You would have heard about this about a month ago. The right-hand slide there shows the buildings in Lahaina that were destroyed by fire. The red marks buildings destroyed by fire. Most of the town was destroyed, but the fire started in the landscapes around the town. Now, that used to be agricultural land. It used to have cane fields, but that has gone in recent years. This is essentially unmanaged land around the town. It was overtaken by exotic grasses, things like guinea grass. These are quite flammable. And then combine that with these extreme weather conditions, high winds, high heat, which are probably not going to be as extreme as all that in years to come. And you had suddenly the landscape became a big threat, and such a threat that it burnt down the town. Now, we face similar conditions now in the Northern Territory. This is an exotic grass that's spreading south of Darwin. This is gamba grass. It was imported for pastures, and it's good grazing grass. But as soon as it gets out onto unmanaged grass, it grows like the bilio here. These are very high fuel loads, and it is now fueling very nasty fires that are threatening buildings. You might have seen my colleague Miguel's demonstration out there in the exhibit hall. And so what we're getting now are dangerous conditions that are threatening buildings south of Darwin. We have a similar grass down in Central Australia, buffel grass, much smaller but widespread. There was a nasty fire in Alice Springs just recently. And I guess the point to note is that these exotic grasses are just adding to an existing threat to communities in Northern Australia from fire on unmanaged country. And it's up there, fire is very frequent. So just to give you an idea, this is a map of, this is from 97 to 2013. This is a map of fire frequency across Australia over that decade or so, a bit more. And you can see that most of the fires, it doesn't include the 2019-20 fires, but it includes the 2009 fires down in Victoria. But you can see most of the fire extent is in the north. Now, admittedly, these are grass and shrub fires largely, but you can see that the frequency, particularly in the far north, is high. We're getting fires at least every 2 years, often less. And so you appreciate the threat very quickly up there. And what we were finding was that in the final years of the 20th century, the first decade of this century, some of these fires were morphing into something much worse than an average grass fire. So this slide on the right shows you what was happening. We were getting these very intense weather conditions, and we were in places like Arnhem Land, for example. The fires were going into the crowns of the trees. You're getting scenes a little like you're probably familiar with down here, the sort of white ash that you get when a tree is properly creamed. And these fires were spreading vast distances, because remember, there's nothing much to stop a fire up there. Those landscapes were very sparsely populated. And so people were getting very worried about these fires. They were destroying not just fodder and infrastructure of cattle properties, but cultural and natural resources, across very large areas. Now, people realised that this wasn't always the case, that for millennia, First Nations people, Indigenous people, had been managing that country and large parts of Australia with fire to protect themselves from the wildfire. You can see on the left here, this is an example of what they call a cool burn. So the climate primes this landscape for fire. So what happens is we have a wet season from about December through to April. There's a lot of grass in the understory. That grass will grow vigorously in the wet season. And then we have intense dry seasons that go from about May through to October or November, and that grass dries out to a tinderbox around this time of year. And so that's when you get these big wildfires like you see on the right. So what people do is, and what they were doing for a long time was, as they travel across the country, they'd be putting in and breaking up country with these cooler burns in the early months of the year when the grass had just dried out enough to take a fire. And you can see it's quite patchy, and they break up country like this. Their fire management was a lot more complex than just this, but this was a key part of their toolkit. And so a bit over a decade ago, funding was secured to try and re-implement this management, because what had happened over the course of the 20th century, of course, and since European colonisation, was that people left their country or were forced off their country. And so we had landscapes that were largely deserted. And that's probably a core cause of some of these wildfires we were getting in the late 20th century, was that there was just nobody on country managing that country. And so the idea was to try and get people back on country, to try and put these burns back in again, to try and manage country again. And the way this was funded was through carbon credits. So you may have heard of, we have a methodology in the north called savanna burning. And the idea is that, well, if you're going to try and prevent these fires that you're getting on the right here, you can see the right has a lot less fuel. And all of that fuel has gone up into the air, and a lot of it is in the form of greenhouse gases, nitrous oxide, methane, carbon dioxide. Now, they don't actually count carbon dioxide, that's assumed to go back into the growing phase, but methane and nitrous oxide is counted. And the idea is that you can actually be, if you succeed in preventing that fuel from going into the atmosphere, you can reduce emissions and you can be paid for that. And that payment can then pay for your fire management. And so that's how it's worked out. A methodology was established. It's been going since 2013. It's probably only in the last, since about 2015, a lot of projects have started up to implement this technique, but it's meant that a lot of people have been brought back onto country. And it's not just Indigenous rangers, it's pastoralists, it's also park rangers, private conservation groups. And in doing so, they've also succeeded in protecting communities up there and houses. So I'll just show you how that's going. So this is the community of Gumbalanya. It's to the east of Kakadu National Park in Arnhem Land. Now, what I'll now do is I'll show you the evidence of the cool burning that's gone on this year. So this is what they've put in. This is satellite-based data, and the green shows you the month in which those burns have been put in. See, they've been doing a lot of burning around the town itself to stop the fuel from building up next to the buildings and further afield. But what's going on here is that they're actually wanting to protect not just the towns, but it's about protecting country. And it's a bit like what David King said. You want to make the whole country safe because, you know, your home is not just your town, it's your country. Your country is your home as well, and that's equally valued. So that's the thing we were looking at before. You can see these cool burns have been put in on a much broader landscape. And I don't know if this has got a little pointer on it, has it? Yeah. So you can see down here, they've been putting in these burns in these sort of intricate patterns up the valleys in the gorges, and that's to protect this country in here. This is the escarpment you might be familiar with from looking at pictures of Kakadu, the magnificent sort of cliff country there. But this has got a lot of major art sites in it, as well as a lot of fire-sensitive flora and fauna. And so they're doing this to act as a break, reinforced by the cliff lines here, to prevent the fires from getting into this country here, which has got high value. And these are reasonably cool burns, so they're not doing, they're only burning the understory. Nevertheless, this sort of thing, you know, if you're talking about Kakadu, you're talking about walking tracks. Walking tracks will often go next to the creek lines, which is where these burns are put in. So there has been some flack from bushwalkers, for example, who don't like the idea of seeing a lot of burnt country next to their favourite walking tracks. But the bigger picture is they're trying to protect all of this country in here. But let's zoom a bit further out. That was the picture we were looking at before. You can see this is a massive effort. So this is a network that's been put in across a huge area. Just to give you an idea of scale, that's the distance from Sydney to Katoomba. This has all been put in this year, in the last few months. So this is, I still get a slightly gobsmacked looking at these pictures. So this intricate network has been put in to essentially box fire in. So if a wildfire, and you can't really prevent ignitions, It's mostly human ignition, human-caused ignition, but also lightning, obviously. The idea is if a wildfire starts in any of these areas, it'll soon get boxed in by this network of cool burns. And to go even further, this is what's been implemented across Northern Australia. And all of that is as intricate as this burning here, which is there. But you've also got some of it being implemented in Western Cape York and in the Kimberley. There's larger fires as well. So, for example, around the northwest of the top end. So it's not everywhere, but it's a massive effort. And just to give you an idea of scale, these projects that are often funded by carbon credits are also large. So here are 3 of the larger projects. That middle one there, which is, we've been looking at the Western Arnhem Land Fire Abatement Project. That country there, that project is a little smaller than Belgium. And so you have to plan for and manage a fire project within a year that is a little smaller than Belgium. And you don't have a huge number of people who are doing that. So let's look at who is doing this work. A lot of it is Indigenous ranges, a lot of this is Aboriginal land, but they're not using traditional methods. They have to use choppers, for example, because you're talking about a huge area, and so they're using aerial ignition a lot, but they are also using vehicles and they're using on-foot burning as well. But a lot of it has to be done by helicopter. We're also talking about quad bikes, and we're talking about pastoralists as well as national park rangers and others. So these people are doing most of the on-ground work. Fire agencies are playing a role, of course. They have a regulatory role across all of these territories and states, but most of the on-ground work is being done by people like this. And they don't have access to the operational rooms of the fire agencies. They're, again, dealing with country that's sparsely populated. You're not having people who are reporting in these fires. So they're having to get their information from other sources, and this is where we come in. So they're getting their information by and large from the website that we run, which is the North Australian Rangelands Information website, NAFI it's called, and it displays these burnt areas detected by satellite. They're updated frequently, and that's what people use to work out what have they lit already, what do they need to light, where do they need to light in the future, and also we are displaying the active fires. So what you're seeing here, this is from a week or so ago, a couple of weeks ago, is what happens when you do get these wildfires that will inevitably occur. The dots here, this shows fires that are detected in the last 6 hours, these pink dots, these are older ones here, and these yellow burnt areas, that's in the month of August, and that's probably a wildfire. So what they do is they check to see if their brakes are working. If it looks like a fire is going to get through one of the gaps in their fire brakes, they have choppers on standby. So on Arnhem Land, they've got choppers, a bunch of choppers on standby watching NAFI. As soon as they see that a fire is going to get through their brakes, they're up, they'll drop a crew near the gap that the fire is going to get through, and they'll attempt to block the fire. And often they can do this with leaf blowers, because what you get up here is a lot of the fuel at this time of year is leaf fall from the deciduous trees. We have deciduous eucalypts, and you can actually prevent the fire by using powerful leaf blowers that blow the leaves away. So we are talking about different fuel types up there. But that's often how it works, and this website then and the data we provide, so we do the fire scale mapping, is tailored to meet their needs. Now there are other websites, important ones too, that provide satellite information on fire, but ours is the only one that's tailored to meet the needs of land managers who are doing this work. And so we take extreme care to map these fire scars as accurately as we can. Because if you're in a chopper and you get out there, you don't want to find that, oh, the mapping was wrong, well, we didn't have to come here at all. You've just spent quite a bit of money getting out to tackle a fire. So we have to make sure that these scars are as accurate as we can be and as updated as frequently as possible. And the other thing we do is we map the entire landscape. So this is managing country, and so it's like property planning. We're not just focusing on an emergency situation, we're mapping the entire landscape. And it's just like for a farm, you need maps of where your soils are across the whole farm. Here you need maps of what the fire's doing across the whole landscape. And that way you can end up with a fire history over multiple years. You can then start analysing that fire history to see where are my fires coming from, am I making progress in my fire management? And for this setting, importantly, you can work out, am I reducing emissions from fires? And our burnt area mapping is used to help calculate the emissions and the carbon credits people are earning. And the other thing is that all of the colours you're seeing, the icons, the tools, were all suggested by the fire managers themselves. And in fact, the whole idea of the website itself came from a group of fire managers working with scientists and technical specialists that recognised the need for a site like this. So this web service isn't even our idea. We were based at Charles Darwin Uni. And so the philosophy has continued in that we appreciate in these settings that most of the knowledge and information that's going to help people manage fires in these settings is inside their heads. It's not coming from us or from satellites. It's sitting in their heads because there's not a lot of data in these landscapes from other sources, but people have been living in this country for a long time. They know the weather conditions, they know the sorts of fuels they've got, and they know that what the fires will do. Now, I should caution that, of course, we're now seeing, even up there, conditions that were never imagined before. But that's why we also need to work together with Western technology to help people cope, in some cases, with conditions that they haven't seen before. But so far, people are working with it. But our goal has always been to build the capacity of these people who are out there, who are living there and who are going to stay there. And so we also have training programs that help people develop more familiarity with all the Western technology and the spatial data that's out there. They're helping them access satellite imagery, for example. And in their hands, on country, it's much more potent a tool than it might be for us sitting back in some office in a city somewhere. So that's another one of our approaches. And finally, with our mapping, because we've got this whole of landscape coverage, we're able to demonstrate whether it's making a difference or not. And this map here shows the difference in fire frequency between the first 7 years of the millennium, which is before any of this project started, 2000 to 2006, when we started seeing some of these disturbing fires, and a recent gap of 7 years or so between 2015 and 2021. And you can see the green areas are areas in which fire frequency has gone down. And the further south you go, some of that arid country, it's not as meaningful. It's influenced a little bit by rain. But up in the top there, with the monsoonal climate, that's a real difference that's being made. Fire frequency has actually gone down, and that's in the face of worsening fire conditions. And it's an even more pronounced decrease in the late dry season fires, the fires that occur at this time of year and onwards that are more intense. So, yeah, look, there is real progress being made on a massive scale. Is it perfect? No. It's also not preventing, we're still seeing declines in mammals, for example, across that area as a legacy of what's happened in previous decades. But there are positive signs emerging of country coming back, and we haven't had any Lahaina situations where communities have suffered from terrible fires and been burned out. So there is some positive news. And the other thing is that the funding is really what's made the difference, the funding from carbon credits. Now, again, that's not perfect. Nobody's all that comfortable with having to manage on-ground outcomes because of the constituents of the atmosphere, but it means that they've got enough money to undertake these massive jobs. And there's a new method coming in this year or next year that will count the carbon dioxide that is sequestered into the trees and into the soil, and in some cases that'll triple the income that these projects are getting. Now, a lot of these projects are already getting more income than an equivalent national park, and I can bet you bottom dollar that you're not going to see a tripling of income for managing country and national parks from government. So these sort of, so this has made all the difference, is that the income from carbon, and it's tapping into industrial income from around the world. And that's the sort of thing maybe we're going to have to look with if we're going to manage these landscapes into the future. Anyway, that's in my talk. Yes, so any questions?
So Peter, thank you for that. Follow line. That last picture doesn't tell the full story, in my opinion.
No.
Had we done nothing? Thanks, Peter. So the picture, the last slide that you put up doesn't tell the full picture. Had we done nothing, then you talk about more fires, 17%. I think that's underestimating it significantly.
Oh, yes, that's right. Yeah, so absolutely right. So the thing is, we were already seeing these disturbing trends in 2004. That was a long time ago. If you think about what's happened since then, yes, we could have seen absolutely terrifying fires since then. The other thing is, back then, gamma grass was just emerging as a threat, spread a lot more. So that's right, it doesn't tell the full story. We're not comparing like with like in comparing 2015-21 to 2004. And even so, we have made a reduction. So yes, it's and this is where it does get tricky to make comparisons. I've got a question. This is from Nathan Cairns. Are climate change impacts affecting the effectiveness of the prescribed burns and overall approach to fire management? Changes of weather patterns? Yes, they are. So just as you found down here, 2019 to 2020 was a terrible year. It was a terrible year in North Australia. I remember being in Cairns and we had a day of 42 degrees or something. It felt like Melbourne. And what happens up in the north where you get these bad fire years is that the window you have for safely lighting cool burns starts narrowing. So what will happen is you'll start getting really rapid drying out of the fuel. So whereas normally you could afford to wait until maybe June or into July to light a fire, in these bad years, you get to July and it's just not safe anymore. The weather has started to become more windy and hotter, and so your window starts narrowing. So yes, it does make a difference, but people have been able to work around that. But yes, it makes it more challenging. It hasn't, I mean, fingers crossed it hasn't dramatically changed the effectiveness, but if you compare what people were able to do in 2019, it wasn't as great as what they did in 2016, which was a much more favourable year. And another question. I note that promoting control burns as wildfire management offers benefit. However, what about the ecological risks, including habitat alteration, potential harm to fire-adapted species, the proliferation of invasive species, and air quality concerns? And grassland fires do release various gases, yes. So I'm going to look, yes, this is not there's no ideal solution going forward. There's no risk-free solution going forward into the future we face. So again, it's like, yes, look, there are risks. There are issues with, potential issues with burning too frequently. If you're putting in a brake, people try and move their brakes around so they're not burning an area too frequently. But again, it's comparing this with what would happen if you did nothing, and I think it's chalk and cheese. That if we'd done nothing, you would have seen much worse outcomes. But by the same token, I think people don't want to accept that what they're doing now is the best they can do. Everybody's trying to improve the fire management with the further income they get to make it not just aerial burning, which is a bit coarse, but to try and get more on-ground burning to improve the interaction they're having with the much more detailed values of the landscape. And yes, there are smoke impacts too, not so much from the carbon projects, but Darwin is in a problematic position as far as smoke. Darwin is getting increased smoke loads now because it is to the it's in the path of smoke from burning that is taking place to the south and to the east. But a lot of that is not so much the carbon projects; it's the projects that are in that catchment. But yeah, smoke is an increasing problem. Oh yeah.
Thanks for that, Peter. Oh, it's on now. Just wondering if there, in conjunction with this, is there any sort of long-term environmental monitoring going on to determine if there are some positive impacts on, invasive weed species and numbers of mammals, etc.?
Yes, there is. I mean, so the Arnhem Land project is employing, and various of these projects are employing ecologists to look at the to look at the species. One problem we face is, of course, is you need a baseline of what's happened before, and that's not always in place. So, so some of these studies and surveys won't make sense for a little while yet. And yeah, that's what we all want to see, of course. But we do know, unfortunately, that, for example, small mammals, before these projects started, have been declining quite a bit in the savannas. And that's a legacy of previous decades. So we won't be able to do much about some of that. And of course, fire is not the only thing. Fire's not just, we've got cats right across that country as well, pigs, invasive weeds, although hopefully, for example, these projects cannot continue if they have gamba grass on them. So they just can't include anything that's been infested with invasive weeds, so hopefully that's a disincentive for weeds. Anyway.
Yes. Sorry, I didn't mean to shuffle you off the stage quite that quickly. Thanks so much for that talk, Peter. So this session, for those of you who are joining in virtually, this session is now ending. So if you'd like to click out of this particular session and then click back into the next one, which hopefully that's given everybody time to do that. So our next speaker for this morning is Stephen Kipp from Skip Consulting, who's going to talk about the NCC performance solutions for bushfire protection, ideas, challenges and the law.
Thanks, Bianca, and thanks for the opportunity to speak here today. It's quite a diverse audience, so I'm really pleased to be here and looking forward to some of the presentations that are going to follow over the next half a day and tomorrow. So, first of all, I thought Margie Prideaux's presentation was fantastic and highlighted the challenges around bushfire, which is that really, like all fire safety strategies, there's two sides. There's fire prevention and fire protection. So Peter Jacklin just spoke about fire prevention, which ironically is being done by lighting fires, but catastrophic bushfire prevention can be done that way. The National Construction Code is our fire protection strategy, the other side of that coin. I also should declare not a conflict of interest, but a bias, because Dr. Prideaux was quite critical of the National Code and laws. I'm one of the industry representatives on the Australian Building Codes Board, so to some extent I'm responsible for those delays. And I think we should acknowledge, well, two things. One of my favourite quotes, H.L. Mencken, an American essayist, talked about, for every complex problem, there's a simple solution that's neat, convenient and wrong. So that's the dilemma around bushfire. So I'm going to talk today at a very high level about the National Construction Code issues, but really I'll be touching on many of the other themes that are being presented in a lot of the other presentations today and tomorrow. So let's go. As I said, I'll give a brief overview of the policy requirements in the National Construction Code, some policy and challenges that I think we've still got to face, the new NCC provisions for Class 9 buildings, which are, frankly, a once-in-a-generation reform in the National Construction Code. I should say, when Bianca asked the audience, we didn't ask if there were many town planners in the room. One of the challenges I think the National Construction Code faces is the complementary and contradictory mesh of planning and building. And I can see nods heading from people. So this is a frankly national problem, not of our own making deliberately, but because we're trying to deal with such a complex issue. So I'm going to mention planning for bushfire once and then say I'm from Victoria. I have no idea what that means, which is a problem, isn't it? And then I'll talk briefly, one slide, about some challenges. So what I wanted to do is just remind us that we actually don't live in a united Australia. We live in a federation, a divided states of Australia perhaps. Each state and territory has its own legislation scheme. We administer that through Act, Regs, National Construction Code. Local government does the enforcement and administration of that. And the federal government complies, frankly, when it wants to. That's how the law works. Just because we've got a referendum coming up, I thought this was worth adding. The Australian Constitution is really clear about this. It was the Commonwealth of Australia Constitution Act set by the UK Parliament, of course, because Australia didn't exist. And it essentially says that laws that existed within the colonies will remain with the states. So that's the great challenge for us, isn't it? The National Construction Code has been the great reform of my lifetime, but it's struggling at the moment. It's falling apart. And part of it is this frantic attempt by states to catch up with climate change and other pressures. It's not deliberate, we're not doing it deliberately, but it is a problem. And if nothing else, all of us after this conference can go back to our day-to-day jobs and have some small amount of influence on our politicians to say that we have to treat bushfire as a national issue. It's not a state issue. Bushfires do not care about state rivalry. So, in terms of 9 different governments and 8 different regulatory schemes, the things I can say for sure that occur in every state and territory are that we have 3 prime sections: a design process, a building process and an occupation process. And pretty much all of us in the room will work in one of those sectors, sometimes 2, very rarely 3. The critical compliance points in law are at the end of the design process, and I've put there things like compliance with AS 3959, the issue of a building approval. And again, I can't use specific language because every state and territory has a different term there. So, for example, I'm a building surveyor, which in Victoria means something different, but in New South Wales, I'm actually a certifier. It's the same job. At the end of the building process, we have completion of building work, approval to occupy, particularly issue of approval documents, occupation certificates. I think that is a right New South Wales term, for vegetation management, maintenance, etc. And there's some interesting presentations coming up this afternoon on that, which I'm particularly interested to speak about. And then the occupation process. And of course, that's where the big question mark is at the moment. We haven't done much work there. We've certainly never had nationally requirements for significant retrospective re-compliance for housing. So, this is a slide that took me the most time to write, and it's got the least amount of words on it probably, but I think the challenges we face can be divided into 3 policy cycles, sorry, 3 policy circles. And in typical engineering term, I'm going to use a Venn diagram. So, bushfire life safety, that's the prime goal of governments and the National Construction Code. So making sure we keep people safe enough, not safe, not so that no life is ever lost, but safe enough, and I'll come back to that. Then we have private interest insurability. There's a presentation this afternoon from the Resilient Buildings Council about the insurance challenges we're facing. The insurers are just in the business of making money, and if the fires are greater, the premiums have to go up. So, for example, New Zealand has had a natural disaster fund for decades because of their earthquake risk. And maybe we need to start talking about whether we would have a nationally funded insurance scheme. But as soon as I say that, I feel like I'm a socialist and I'm going to be criticised, because that's a political issue, isn't it? But if we all contributed something, even the people who live in cities, to a national disaster fund, then like New Zealand has done, they funded the rebuild of Christchurch after the earthquake with that $6.3 billion, I think. They emptied the bank account, but they're now refilling it. Of course, the last issue is where the Class 9 provisions really start to hit the ground now. So this is the public interest building protection, the secondary goal of governments and the National Construction Code. Some of you might have a view that the National Construction Code is really only about life safety, but that's not true. It's fundamentally also about property protection, but only in the public interest. So whether my house burns down is not an issue around the building code, as long as everybody is safe enough. But if a whole community burns down, that's a problem. And if you think that's a challenging comment, then why would we regulate termite protection? Because you can't die from a termite bite, and the structural collapse is so slow that it's almost impossible to die from the structural collapse from a termite bite. But if we lose a whole township from a termite infestation, that's a problem. So that's why the building code regulates termite protection, and corrosion resistance, particularly in marine areas, is another example. So this overlap in this Venn diagram is where AS 3959 and planning schemes for housing come in. We're trying to make sure buildings are safe enough to protect people and that there isn't a catastrophic loss of a whole community. Of course, that opens up a whole discussion around stay or go, which I'm not even going to, other than say it, I'm not even going to go into that discussion, because that's, again, a complicated issue that climate change is really making us refocus on. Well, I will say something. In Victoria, we used to have a slogan, which is, people save houses because houses save people. But history told us that if you stayed to defend your home, then your home would survive, because that was the fire history we had. And we now know that that can have catastrophic outcomes if you stay in the wrong sort of fire. The overlap between public interest building protection and private interest insurability is a fascinating one, isn't it? So this is well, hospitals, the best example is a hospital. It's the most focusing building group I can think of. So I've got a slide on that, which I'll come to in a moment. But hospitals need to operate before a bushfire, during the heat death problem, the heat load on the community, because there's an increased number of people dying from heat stroke, during the fire and after the fire. Now, I can't think of a more challenging design scenario than that. You've got a building that has to operate during a bushfire whilst a fire might be passing over the top of it. And that's what the new building code requirements are trying to achieve. And again, that's where the 9C provisions come in there. And really, the reason governments have taken so long and the reason these reforms are difficult is because that's the policy sweet spot. Building codes are meant to be the minimum standard. And again, I was really fascinated by Margot Prideaux's presentation, because she was talking about governments failing because minimum standards aren't enough. This is that great dilemma, isn't it? In everything else in our life, if governments regulated best practice, we'd squeal and complain. But when governments don't regulate best practice, in this case, we complain. It's the great challenge of climate change, really. So, on that note, absolute safety costs an infinite amount of money, doesn't it? That's obvious. So everything has to have a cost-benefit analysis, and that's the dilemma. The great challenge and the great tragedy, frankly, around bushfire is that it disproportionately affects people of a low socioeconomic status. And they're the ones least likely to be able to afford better than minimum standards. And again, my job here... See, whenever a Victorian fire engineer comes to New South Wales, that's what you do to us. You don't like us. That's funny. I'm also a part-time academic at the School of Architecture at the University of Melbourne, so I'll grab my architectural colleague and claim 2 in the audience today. I had a whole lecture evacuate once from a fire alarm, and all the students thought I'd set it up myself, which I didn't. If you're interested, all those tones come from an Australian standard and are in the building code. But yeah, as a fire safety engineer, there's one thing: if there's a fire, please try and keep up. Okay, so cost versus safety. Again, building codes are not the word safe is a problem. I do a lot of legal work now because of a whole heap of compliance issues. And sometimes lawyers say, is this building safe? And the answer has to be, well, that depends. Compliance, safe means different things, and governments spend all of their time trying to regulate what is safe enough or safer. And the reason I put this slide in is because, frankly, environmental changes are challenging those current values. So you might be surprised to know, but some of you will already know, that most of the Australian standards that we've got in the building code, in fact that we've got nationally, were developed from the last 50 or 100 years of data. We look backwards to work out what the future should be. And guess what climate change is telling us? That doesn't work anymore. So one of the things we spent a lot of time at the Australian Building Codes Board discussing at board meetings is, what is the factor you would add to those codes for climate change? And if you have an answer, please go grab me in the break, because we have no idea. But some of the great work that's being done by CSIRO is helping us to understand that the bushfire risk is the greatest risk to Australia from climate change, with daylight second. So that's why we're all here today. But reminding us all that absolute safety costs an infinite amount of money. So in every state or territory, you have an Act Regs, BCA and standards. 3959 sits awkwardly there at the bottom of the table, given most of us spend a lot of our time dealing with this code, but it's important to remind ourselves about that. The building code used to previously only deal with housing. And again, one of the challenges of emerging regulatory issues is that we start with where the problem is. And losing thousands of houses in bushfires was a problem, and we weren't losing thousands of hospitals or schools. We occasionally lose hospitals or schools, and fortunately without any loss of life usually. So what that means is that actually goes against another policy problem, because if you lived in a cyclonic area, and some of you probably do, you would know that, in fact, just from watching world news now, you would know that if you're in an area where a cyclone or a hurricane is going to occur, and you're in an old house, you need to move to a safer building, because the local shopping centre, the local sports stadium is between 10 and 100 times more structurally secure than a house. In bushfire, we flipped that, haven't we? Because if you're in a 3959 house, you should not drive to your local school, because probably that was built to no bushfire standards, or your local hospital, or your local every other public building. And again, that's a real challenge for regulators, because subconsciously, and again, I've spoken to Justin Leonard and others about this, sometimes people in a bushfire fill their bath up with water and go to the middle of the house because their subconscious is telling them this is what you do from what you've seen on Hollywood movies around cyclones. Because in a cyclone, probably the smallest room is the safest part of the house. But in a bushfire, that could be the worst possible spot. So, the performance-based NCC, I should say the National Construction Code series is the correct title. I'm going to use NCC and BCA I'm going to intermingle those terms. We're going to talk about Building Codes Volume 1 and 2, and then the Plumbing Code. It's correct to use both terms unless you're certifying something. If you're certifying compliance, you can't use NCC unless you actually do believe you comply with the Plumbing Code. So you should use Building Code of Australia Volume 1 or 2. But we, like most building things, we've developed a shorthand term and we call it the NCC. But strictly speaking, that's a series of 3 documents. So it's a performance-based code. The NCC includes prescriptive, what we call deemed to satisfy provisions. The beauty of deemed to satisfy provisions are that they guarantee us compliance at law because we can't define safety. Does that sound good? Not if you live in the 3959, AS 3959 world. But it is also true to say that not one Australian standard in the National Construction Code series is mandatory. Australian standards are not mandatory. They're one of the optional deemed to satisfy solutions. But of course, that's where all of the industry lives, because that's where the production line code compliant world is. That's the most important part of the building code for a builder, for a subcontractor, for a product supplier, and there's a few in the room. But actually the building code is performance based, and I'll talk about why that's the case. So there's the best prescriptive regulation I know of. Peter, if you're still there, that's the Stuart Highway. And the reason I use this is because the Northern Territory's had 2 go at performance-based speed limits. Both times they failed because, and I particularly love this picture, so that's about a 20-year-old. There actually already is a verification method in the building code, but it doesn't work, it doesn't apply to Class 9 buildings, so we can't use that. So here's how this all comes together. For Class 1 houses and Class 10 outbuildings, we've got performance requirement H7P5. I'm not going to spend much time on this because I've got a lot of slides to get through, but you can look this up yourself. The requirements for Class 1, 2, 3 and 4 parts of buildings are the same, 4 criteria, but of course you can follow AS 3959 and you don't have to assess any of that. The assumption is that if you follow the standard, you're deemed to comply with those words. Whether you do or not is not for the design construction process to deal with. That's how deeming provisions work. Just think of it like driving down the road with a blood alcohol level of 0.049 in a car that's just roadworthy in the fog. That's compliant. And again, typically it's one of those, a performance solution or AS 3959. In my experience, most of the industry only proceeds to a performance solution if 3959 compliance can't be achieved, and that's a good practical outcome of industry common sense, I think. Again, for exactly the same provision, so again, I don't need to go through the words in detail, they're exactly the same as the Class 1A performance requirement, but it's G5P1. I should have said at the start, 1st of May 2023 was the new National Construction Code 2022 edition. It's full of some significant reforms. Two of the others are disability access into dwellings and 7-star energy efficiency. And those things won't make bushfire worse, will they? Think about that. We're going to have wheelchair accessible houses and we have to line them with more and more combustible materials to get to 7-star. So this is that challenging policy framework we live in at the moment. And again, the same outcome, 3959 gets you there under the National Construction Code, or a performance solution if you can't. But this is the new bit, G5P2, and again, it's not the purpose of this presentation to go through this in detail, but you'll see there is some very challenging issues there for how a public building would operate before, during and after a bushfire. And you'll see down the bottom it applies to Class 9A healthcare buildings, so hospitals, low care, high care, aged care, kindergartens, primary schools, secondary schools, residential care buildings. So not all Class 9 buildings, so not universities, for example. Primary and secondary schools, but not universities. It's a narrow group, and this is the start of the regulatory evolution process. And again, if you're up to BAL 12.5, so a pragmatic solution to a problem that we don't really have other solutions for yet. If you can get a public building on a BAL 12.5 site or less, that's a heck of a start. And if you do that, 3959 for a hospital, it's not the code, just think about that. The Australian standard developed for houses is being applied to a hospital, plus specification 43, which covers all of the other issues, separation distances, and tries to pick up all of the limitations of 3959, not because 3959 is not a very good document, but because it wasn't designed for hospitals. And then, of course, the last bit, the bit that's frankly scary because we're at the very start of this journey. If you've got a site that's BAL 19 or higher and you want to build a Class 9 building, you have to go to a pure performance-based design. So a BPAD level 3, this is underpants on the outside stuff. This is really tricky. And I would say, as we go through this journey, the way we can protect ourselves is to use documents like the Australian Fire Engineering Guidelines, which tell us to, as designers, whether you're a BPAD level 3 or a fire safety engineer, to consult widely with authorities, particularly the fire brigade. Consult widely, that's the way we protect the system. So just to finish on an example of why this issue is so challenging, think about life safety, property protection, private interest protection. I just grabbed the descriptors from AS 3959 2009, not because they're wrong, but because they're not in the current version, because to an uninformed reader they can be confusing. So BAL low, very low risk, but actually 1 kilowatt per square metre is the sun on a typical day, 2 will give you sunburn, 6.4 will give you pain after 8 seconds. So BAL 12.5 is not something you want to stand outside in. 10 kilowatts, pain after 3 seconds. So you'll see in the building code requirements for outdoor areas to be kept no more than 1 kilowatt per square metre above ambient. So on a hot day, no more than 2 kilowatts. Because if you've got areas in a building where people who can't fit in the building because you've exceeded the population need to be held outside, in a hospital, for example, family, friends, visitors, that area has to have a very, very low threshold of radiant heat flux. Again, most of you will know this off the top of your head, but BAL 19, 16 kilowatts blistering of skin after 5 seconds. So this is that dilemma around hardware solutions for buildings as opposed to software solutions for people in the buildings. So people being in buildings or near buildings is a very challenging design scenario. So why has this occurred? Governments don't usually regulate before they have a problem, but climate change is making this worse. I think I've covered that. Technical standards and regulations evolve over time, so don't misunderstand the building code as a perfect solution for every problem. It can never be that. It's the start of a minimum standard approach. That's why we actually have a performance-based code to allow for innovation and future-proofing of buildings as best as possible. Performance-based regulations require increased education, skills, auditing, enforcement. Again, most of you would be familiar with that. Increased compliance costs. If it's harder to do, it's got to cost more money. Sorry about that, but also increased authority consultation. And I know fire brigades around the country are trying to get their head around this issue. Frankly, being a firefighter at the moment is one of the most tough jobs you can imagine, because if you're in the country, you've got bushfire. If you're in the city now, you've got a whole range of changing fuel technologies driving all sorts of issues. As a fire safety engineer, I spend a lot of time now on EV vehicles and what we're going to do about those sorts of fires. And we haven't even got to hydrogen fires yet. Again, the greater need for regulation over the life of a building. Again, that themes in the rest of the program. So is it a real problem? This is a slide I added just last night. We're doing an audit in Victoria of registered state government hospitals, and it turns out there's 212 sites, and 1 in 3 are in bushfire-prone areas. They're existing hospitals. So this issue around building resilience is real. It's not just about... Everyone wants to take a picture of that one. It's going to get me in trouble, that slide, I know it is, but it's the truth, and it's all in the public domain if you can... Yeah, thanks, Trevor. So because I'm a little bit over time, I'm going to run through this. I touched on this briefly before. Exposed external areas. If you read the building code and you have an interest in this, you'll see things now that hopefully make a bit more sense because I've started to unpack the reasons why. Access and evacuation areas have to have a very low BAL, if you like, because bushfire attack level relates to a building, not to people. Don't confuse BAL as something that people can withstand. I'm going to jump ahead of that because I wanted to go to one last slide. Thank you. So, future regulatory challenges, increased education skills, registration licensing and auditing enforcement for key practitioners. Easy to say, but there's a lot to that. We don't have a national registration scheme for fire engineers. We don't have national recognition of the BPAD scheme. We've got a lot of work to do in this space, and all of us can help drive this forward. Regulations for adequate documentation of decisions, technical and research documentation to support those decisions over the life of the building, conditions of occupancy, regulator reassessment of systems and people. And this is the biggest one for me. Again, I just added this yesterday. We have to have a mature discussion around retrospective upgrading of existing buildings. We're going to talk through the next half a day and tomorrow about building resilience, but in my view the building code regulates for building resilience but can never regulate for community resilience. Well, not never, but if you think of 100 houses in a community, how many of those are actually compliant with the current building code? 1? So as over time it might take certainly 30 but potentially 60 years to increase the stock in a whole community to get to the point where every building is compliant with the current standard. Think about cars on the road for the same example. So we have to think about and discuss voluntary upgrading of buildings, insurance-driven upgrade of buildings, and again, the Resilient Building Council presentation this afternoon from Kylie Steele will cover that in some, help explain that a bit more, or regulatory intervention. And retrospective legislation for existing houses is an awkward discussion, but we have to have it, and if this group can't have that discussion, I'm not sure who can, because otherwise we can't build community resilience. Thank you, that's it.
I'm afraid we've run a little out of time for questions, but obviously if you want to collar Stephen in person at lunchtime, or if you want to end questions in the app, and this applies to all the sessions, if there are any questions that we don't get to in the app, then we'll encourage our presenters to review those over the course of the day and hopefully provide answers. So thank you so much for that talk, Peter. That was really interesting, and I love the ideas of humans being software. We've got a lot of error code, so someone needs to look into that one. So if you're joining us virtually, this is now the end of this session, so if you would like to click out of this session in the feed and then click into the next one. So I'd now like to welcome our next, we've got two speakers who are joining us. We've got Susan Fox from the Department of Planning and Environment and Lisa Chu from the New South Wales Rural Fire Service. They're going to be talking about shifting to a risk-based strategic planning approach when considering bushfire in the New South Wales planning system. So I'd like to invite them up to the stage. Thank you.
Oh, bright lights. Thanks for having us here today. And apologies if I start losing my voice. My daughter's cold has just hit me as I was driving up to the Blue Mountains this morning. So we are talking about 2019 New South Wales Bushfire Inquiry, and apologies for our interstate counterparts. It is very New South Wales focused. So the inquiry made, So the inquiry made 76 recommendations, including the planning specific recommendation 27. The response to recommendation 27 is jointly being led by the Department of Planning and Environment and the Rural Fire Service. Recommendation 27 states that the government commit to a shifting to a strategic planning approach, develop a New South Wales bushfire policy in order to accommodate changing climate conditions and building on greater resilience into communities. The 2019-20 New South Wales Bushfire Inquiry noted that the current planning approach generally focuses on site-based decisions and that there is a need to move to a risk-based strategic planning approach to planning for bushfires. And also to keep tucked into the back of your heads for a little bit later, the inquiry's recommendation also aligns with the New South Wales Flood Inquiry's findings in relation to moving to a risk-based approach to addressing natural hazards. So, the main requirements of recommendation 27 are to develop a New South Wales bushfire policy, consideration of climate change, better bushfire mapping, integration of risk into strategic planning, and building resilience into existing future communities. Back in 2021, DPE and the RFS delivered a collective position paper to the State Emergency Management Committee. The roadmap forming part of the position paper established the recommendation be delivered over 3 phases. So phase 1, Explore, involved identifying the key inputs and considerations to inform a New South Wales bushfire policy, and that phase is now complete. Phase 2, which is what we're heading into, is Prepare. So this relates to the preparation of the full New South Wales bushfire policy and the bushfire prone land package. Phase 3 is Deliver, which is the final refinement of the package and government endorsements. Noting we have 2 ministers to go through. So, phase 1, Explore. This was a collaborative effort between 2 government agencies that may not necessarily see eye to eye. We worked collaboratively towards a common goal by jointly unpacking and delivering phase 1 of the recommendation, and to work towards considering bushfire risk-based approach for land use planning. Phase 1 consisted of research, engagement and consultation. The main phase 1 research topics included the planning framework, climate change, resilience, hazard versus risk and biodiversity. There were other topics, but these were the main ones. For the planning framework, we reviewed the environmental planning instruments and DCPs of all 120 councils located on bushfire-prone land. And to our absolute surprise and amazement, there was absolutely no consistency between any of those councils. Some DCPs were still referring to the 2006 Planning for Bushfire Protection. We identified that the planning system is heavily reliant on site-based development controls, with Chapter 4, the Strategic Planning chapter, referring to site-based considerations or bushfire protection measures of Chapters 5 to 8 of PBP. There are limited provisions within the EPA Act and planning instruments to prohibit development in areas where bushfire risks are too great and cannot be mitigated. There is limited guidance on how to consider managing bushfire risk strategically. For hazard versus risk, there was general confusion between what a hazard is and what a risk is. Our findings also show that the consideration of hazard alone does not create an accurate picture of how bushfire may impact on existing and future communities. And while the concept of undertaking risk assessment isn't new, there are many risk-based frameworks and the assessment methods that exist. None are specific for land use planning and are really difficult to apply. For climate change, as we know, climate change is impacting the likelihood and length and therefore the severity of bushfire season. Climate change projections predict that severe fire weather will increase and fires will be harder to control. Therefore, it is important to consider and integrate climate change scenarios into the bushfire planning for future land use planning. Also, to note that there will be a parliamentary inquiry into climate change and the planning system, so watch this space. The RFS will lead the implementation of climate change adaptation for the bushfire risk management plans, and together with the Department of Planning and Environment, will work towards adaptation and implementation for land use planning. For resilience, to build resilience into existing future communities, natural hazards need to be considered upfront in the planning process and not pushed down to the DA or development application. The question we really should be asking in strategic land use planning is, can changes to land use planning support an increased density of population? And can we get people safely in or out, evacuate? And can the infrastructure support the evacuation? And this is an important consideration for resilient communities. For biodiversity, this one was very topical. Every stakeholder we talked to, biodiversity was a key issue. Bushfire and biodiversity are intrinsically linked. There are opportunities to improve decision-making around biodiversity, land clearing, offsetting, urban tree cover and urban heat. So, engagement consultation. The team engaged extensively with local councils, a number of government agencies, industry groups, developers, bushfire associations, bushfire practitioners, academics and the Insurance Council of Australia. Engagement occurred through a mix of working groups, workshops and meetings. We established 3 working groups with agencies, local council and industry representation. So, stakeholder feedback, what we heard. So for land use and development, strategic planning was described as that missing middle for bushfire. Developers particularly wanted certainty up front at the strategic planning stage to support housing and growth decisions based on an understanding of tolerable risk. And there was a need for a better consideration of existing community and infrastructure to inform if and how an area may be able to accommodate increased density of population due to extreme fire weather behaviour and under climate change. Resourcing and education. The majority of councils identified resourcing constraints. Resourcing difficulties were apparent for rural areas, and councils identified that it was even difficult getting bushfire consultants in these regional areas. Council and the department noted lack of bushfire expertise, and council requested additional support and funding for compliance. For legacy development, there is a gap in the planning system around legacy development. Often no asset protection zones or buffers for older residential development is there pre-PVP. And this is a similar issue for, obviously, zombie DAs and subdivisions. Council also noted the high costs associated with building bow flame zones and result in illegal clearing or building works. It was also identified as difficult to enforce bushfire-related consent conditions. For biodiversity, councils identified the importance of balancing biodiversity considerations with bushfire management. Some councils are trying to implement conservation zones to manage bushfire hazard or risk due to the absence of any other mechanism within the planning system. Managing biodiversity considerations at the planning proposal stage was identified as difficult due to conflicting advice and policies. And an increase in urban vegetation can create bushfire hazard, with new vegetation creating fire fingers, thereby increasing the vulnerability of buildings that may have been constructed to a bushfire attack level, reflective of the site pre-tree planting. So what do stakeholders want? This is loud and clear to us, how-to guidance. So to expand on existing Chapter 4 of Planning for Bushfire Protection, including how to consider climate change and when it should be an evacuation study be considered within land use planning. Knowledge sharing and collaboration and linkages between councils, strategic planning teams, bushfire management committees, the department and emergency services. Risk mapping needs to be agile and provide benchmarks for councils. Also, stronger legislated bushfire planning controls while restricting dual occupancies, maximum housing yields for special fire protection purposes or sensitive land uses. Education and training was also identified by council. Oops, missed a slide. So, Planning 101. Now watch everyone's eyes glaze over. I could talk about this all day as a planner, but anyway, I won't bore you all to tears. But I guess what we've got is a very, very complex planning system. It's multi-tiered, it's governed by a suite of legislation, policy and public authorities. As you'd know, the planning system can be divided into 2 broad areas, land use planning or strategic planning and development control. Land use planning or strategic planning is an integral component of the planning system. It sets out short-term and long-term social, environmental, economic objectives for an area and balancing all those competing interests, including delivering of housing, infrastructure, open space, public amenity, employment zones and natural hazards, with bushfire being one of those components that we also need to consider. While most of you are familiar with the DA process through State Significant Development or Infrastructure, Section 414 of the EPA Act and 100B of the Rural Fires Act with regional and local development, we only have RFS input through the ministerial directions for planning proposals at the strategic planning stage. There is no requirement for the department or councils to engage with the RFS, nor the RFS to provide input or advice in any other strategic planning process. Through REC 27, we see this as an opportunity to integrate risk-based approach through strategic planning and have better consideration of bushfire through regional district planning, local strategic planning statements, precinct planning and place-based strategies, so that bushfire risk is considered upfront at that planning system rather than being pushed down to that DA or post-approval. As identified earlier, the bushfire inquiry aligns with the New South Wales flood inquiry findings in relation to moving to a risk-based approach to addressing natural hazards. So focusing on the big three, so how does bushfire compare to other hazards? There are similarities through identification through the Act, local planning directions, planning circular. There are guidelines, manuals, and there's also mapping. The key difference is there is no specific state environmental policy specifically relating to bushfire. The standard instrument for planning for bushfire only relates to hazard reduction, and risk is not being assessed in land use planning. Risk is being assessed in flood and coastal, sort of. Over to Lisa.
Okay, so why look at risk? Hazard alone doesn't create an accurate picture of how bushfire may impact communities. Hazards such as fire line intensity is only one of the factors that feeds into understanding risk. Risk allows us to take an informed and holistic approach to strategic planning. Land use planning can respond to and produce good outcomes if risk is understood. Understanding concepts such as likelihood of ignition, likelihood of impact on assets, consequence of impact such as house loss, vulnerability of assets such as houses or special fire protection purpose, and even agriculture and environment for existing and future communities are all factors that can drive the risk-based decision making. There are a number of established risk frameworks, including ISO 31000, and the National Emergency Risk Assessment Guidelines, NERAG, among others. And these existing frameworks are difficult to apply to land use planning and bushfire together. Recommendation 27 draws upon elements from these frameworks, working towards a bespoke framework to fit bushfire and land use planning for New South Wales. Risk is part of a merit-based process where evidence-based data is evaluated through an objective, quantitative and qualitative approach. Building regulation and certification play a key role for how development can occur in bushfire-prone areas, but it doesn't determine what development is appropriate where. We need to shift our consideration of risk from site-based to look at a strategic landscape to understand and consider impacts and influences beyond geographical boundaries such as local government areas. Bushfire doesn't stop at a local government area boundary, and it may have far-reaching impacts. Bushfire is one of a suite of considerations that factor into strategic planning in the planning system. Okay, we've got three maps here. The first map on the far side there identifies bushfire-prone land. In New South Wales, bushfire-prone land maps vegetation with the ability to carry fire in the landscape across three categories. Red is forest, that's category 1. Orange is grassland, that's category 3. And yellow is rainforest or small parcels of remnant vegetation, category 2. It's a hazard map. It identifies one of the factors that feed into risk. Bushfire-prone land is legislated under section 10.3 of the New South Wales EP&A Act, and it's a trigger for development to consider bushfire. Leveraging off the Rural Fire Service Next Generation Operational Risk Modelling, the second map in the middle shows a first-cut concept land use bushfire risk surface of present-day bushfire risk using maximum fuel loads for residential houses in a worst-case scenario. The Rural Fire Service is leading the development of bushfire land use risk modelling for the state. The existing operational risk mapping that we're currently doing is not necessarily fit for purpose for land use planning, as it only looks at 5 years into the future. We want to look at least 30 years into the future. The existing maps consider fire history and mitigation activities And whilst land use planning can leverage off this for existing development, it needs to project what may happen in areas of future growth. This data is looking at areas where housing does or could occur in the future. As national parks and state forests and reserves can't be built upon in the traditional sense for housing, they're excluded from this risk data. This map uses up to 1,000 ignition points over this area with at least 18 weather scenarios running predictive fire runs multiple times before looking at likelihood, consequence and vulnerability sensitivities. And as you've probably guessed, on that map, red is the high risk and blue is your lower risk. It factors in considerations such as emergency services travelling to a location from stations, but it doesn't look at evacuation and suppression. However, the modelling is set up to be agile with the ability to incorporate latest science and plug in additional considerations. The last map in this sequence adds climate change to the mix, as recommendation 27 explicitly needs to consider and incorporate climate change. And you can see this has a subtle influence on the land use bushfire risk. One of the limitations for this map, though, is whilst it does consider climate factors, it doesn't consider things like the shift in vegetation behaviour that may come due to changing climate conditions. And I guess I just want to re-emphasise that these two risk maps are prototypes of what land use risk for bushfire could look like, and that the methodology is going to continue to be developed and evolve over phase 2 of the project.
So just to recap, moving to this landscape approach assists the decision makers within government to support housing and growth direct decisions based on understanding of tolerable risk, better consider what impacts climate change will have on existing and future communities when making decisions where increased population density or future population growth will occur, and to make better informed decisions and to improve decision making through informing regional and local strategic plans and be based on best available science and data. What's next? So we are working towards preparing a bushfire-prone land package, which may include a bushfire policy, statutory changes to support the bushfire policy, and updated guidance material. As Lisa identified, we are also developing a methodology for bushfire risk mapping. We will be re-establishing and broadening working groups to seek input and guidance, and there will be some form of public consultation, so you'll all be able to have a say. So, alignment with the New South Wales Reconstruction Authority. Both the Department and the Rural Fire Service are working very closely with our colleagues in the New South Wales Reconstruction Authority to ensure alignment with the State Disaster Mitigation Plan. The key thing to point out is that the planning authorities and local councils must have regard to the SDMP and disaster adaptation plans when exercising its functions under the EP&A Act and Local Government Act. Last slide. Just a little project on the side. We have received funding from the Bushfire Natural Hazards Research and Technology Acceleration Program to look at how we could further inform changes to bushfire-related planning framework and any future amendments to planning for bushfire protection. We will be looking and assessing any correlation between building survival or loss relative to specific planning controls and policies. We have 11 participating councils, including Blue Mountains Council, and these were chosen on the greatest number of house loss during the 2019 bushfires. This project will be complete prior to the end of the financial year. That's it. I was going to say, if you've got any questions, the words of my 13-year-old son, be nice. Duncan?
Thanks, Lisa. and Susan. Quick question. The bushfire risk plan under Section 52 of the Rural Fires Act and the bushfire prone land area map, 10.3 EP and Act, is there some discussion about how those two mapping systems can actually talk to each other to identify risk, to better position the end user, being the mum and dad that lives in the house, to mitigate risk in terms of the development, their construction, their APZs and things like that? So one of the thoughts processes is that you increase the categories within the bushfire prone land, that those categories are directly related to the risk map, to the level of risk that's identified in the risk management planning. And then those categories are identified to different types of acceptable solutions in the planning framework for bushfire protection. So a low threat bushfire risk results in lower acceptable solutions to mitigate that risk. Where you've got high stuff, high Blue Mountains ridge top stuff, and the existing PVP acceptable solutions apply.
At the moment, the bushfire prone land and the risk mapping is remaining separate, and I don't know that there are any plans at the moment in the immediate future to have a look. As we move through phase 2, it may become more apparent, but I do need to emphasise that the current risk maps that are produced are an operational tool, and bushfire prone land is only a trigger. So that doesn't mean that you assess using the bushfire prone land data. It's a trigger to identify that you need to consider any bushfire on that particular area. Make sense?
I might just add to Susan's commentary. So at the moment we do have the building, what is it, bushfire BPED. We've got the BPED tool which is running at the moment, and that is to address APZs for existing developments, looking at requirements for extension of APZs into some of these localities. In addition, I guess the plan is going forward that we will be looking at trying to match up the risk plans with what we're doing now when it comes to assessment of development.
I guess I'll just add to that the risk maps that you saw in our presentation would be added to the suite of risk mapping that's already done. So, and it would be rolled out across the state.
Hi, I'm just wondering how you take a flexible risk-based approach and put it in a standard template instrument, which at the moment doesn't allow you to prohibit certain forms of development in any area. And you know, are you looking at a one-size-fits-all approach, or some flexibility being built into the system, into the actual planning framework?
It's still a work in progress, so I can't actually answer that. But yes, it will have to be flexible. We can't be a one-size-fits-all. We've got 120 councils that are very, very different. I was going to say, have a look at the flooding, how flooding has been addressed, and that can give you an indication of what we can do within the planning system for bushfire.
Graham.
Hi Susan, hi Lisa. Graham Douglas. I think one of the challenges that I see is the fact that we have great difficulty even adapting to where we are. So we know that the North Coast, which is currently assessed as being an FDI 80, is already at an FDI of 100. The whole of the Central West is already 100. And we don't make efforts to actually fix up where we are today. So I guess the question really is that I think we've got a very complex system. We have 5 pathways for doing development assessment. It's not the same as strategic. But what happens is the strategic actually has to guide where the development assessment process will end up. So I think you can't do strategic in isolation from how we need to reform the rest of that process. So I just wanted to know whether you had any comments and thoughts on that sort of idea.
Baby steps, Graham. It's going to be complex. We're not going to have all the answers in one hit. It's going to progress. The goalposts will change. At this moment, the focus for the Department of Planning is the strategic, and then we can move on to site-based.
Hello, Susan. Rod O'Lone. And I'm sorry I'm going to offend your son. I'm going to ask you a hard question. So you're really lucky in that Steve Kipp gave a really good presentation on the car, the boat and the caravan. And that's about risk appetite, okay? We drive at a speed that we feel comfortable with the risk. In your presentation, consultation, you talked about 125 people that you engaged. How do you then get that risk appetite from those people? And do you do a tell and say, this is what we're going to tell you? Or is it a sell? Or is it a consultation? Because I think that's a missing piece for me out of this process. I'm going to give you an example. If you remember the pink bats issue that we had in federal government, Peter Garrett was prepared to go up and stand and say, there is an acceptable risk of people dying in installing the pink bats in people's roofs. And at that point, Kevin Rudd realised that was not the risk appetite that his government wanted. So the question is, how do you then wash risk appetite around the whole planning process? I apologise to you, son.
Yes, he's not going to be happy with that question. Neither am I, because I can't answer it. I'm sorry. I'm going to have to get back to you on that. I'll take that question on notice. It's a tricky question, and it's a tricky area that we're focusing in on. So I don't have the answer.
But what we might say is, what was very obvious is people's understanding of risk and the different types of risk was so varied. We will need to bring people on a journey so that we're all on a common ground when we are talking about risk. So, and that is what the maps in part are hopeful to try and, what is high risk for New South Wales to be a starting point in the journey on it. But risk is an incredibly complex topic, and even just our groups, the range of what they thought risk was huge, and you are absolutely correct.
And also, I guess further to that is, as government moves this multi-hazard approach, how risk is identified between different hazards is also going to be really difficult as well, because you're comparing apples, oranges, bananas. It's a very tricky space. Thanks. It's keeping me up at night.
So that was a great presentation, and obviously you've all got lots more questions, so feel free to find Susan and Lisa at lunchtime and or through the questions section of the app. So again, this session is now ending for those of you who are joining us virtually. If you'd like to click out of this session and click onto the next one. So I'm now delighted to welcome to the stage Trevor Kempster from Trevor Kempster Consultancy Services, who are our platinum sponsor for this conference, and without whom this conference would be a far lesser event. So please welcome Trevor.
Hello everyone, I'm Trevor. Some people know me, some people don't. First question, who's hungry? Right, well, I won't be keeping you for 15 minutes, it'll be a couple of minutes. Set my own business up in late October last year. It's pretty difficult being on your own. As a consultant, doing various things, so like compliance documentation, I'll go through reviews and let you know. So if a manufacturer says, I've got this, this, this and this, and it's on a nice glossy data sheet, and then they give you all these reports, if you give those to me, I'll go through them, do an audit on it, and I'll say, they've actually got a field of application for this, this, and this. The 90% that's in their glossy data sheets is non-compliant, or something, or it might all be compliant, but that covers you as a building certifier, or someone that's actually signing off on something, or you're designing something. I've always been pretty hands-on. I like building things. So, a company called Trafalgar, got a phone call from John, I think it was late in November. Come down and see us. Chris is doing a build-up for a bushfire, so do you want to go down and give him a hand? You do all the donkey work, he'll tell you what to do. And I did. And they've now got a ballast head roof system, AS 1530.8.2. Later or earlier on this year, got another phone call. How'd you fancy coming and do some more building work? So I went down to their place at South Granville, and I was meant to be there for about 3 days. And it was basically, I want you to build a little type of house that's got all of our system on, and then I want to see all the layers, and I want to be able to walk through it, because I want to use it as a display village. It actually turned into 2 weeks I was down there for. Got most of it finished, and I had to go back the following week and finished it off. So the little display they've got out there on their stand, that was just a display, the small one that I built up at my place, sent it down, and that shows all the layers of their ballast head roof system. Compliance presentations, I'm doing one after dinner, so you'll either think I'm good or I'm bad, and if you want to engage us. But from an install point of view, I like building things. But because I'm an old fart, I wouldn't want to do that for a living. So if there's any BPAD guys in here that've got customers that are doing a ballast head roof system or wall system, I would like to do the install. But I could really only want to do maybe 6 a year, because it keeps me fit, but I wouldn't want to do it full time. That's pretty much it. Come and see us on the stand, have a chat with us. If you want to learn any more. Other than that, have a great time, and thanks very much for listening. Enjoy your meal.
Alrighty, let's let you loose on the lunch. So lunch is off to the left, quite appropriately in a restaurant called Embers. Don't read anything into that. So we'll now break 1 hour for lunch, or a bit more than 1 hour. Thank you, Trevor. So we'll be back at 1:45. Don't forget to visit the expo and speak with all the excellent folk in there, and enjoy your meal. Okay, we might get started again. Everyone's probably going to filter in from their lunch bar, but we want to get moving. So thanks everybody for coming back after lunch. Those of you that have made it, some of you got stranded between the restaurant and here. It's a long walk. I'd like to start the session again now and invite back to the stage Trevor Kempster of Trevor Kempster Consultancy Services, and he's going to be talking about meeting the compliance requirements with the DTS requirements of the NCC and AES 3959/2018 for the construction of buildings in flame zone designated areas. Thanks.
Hello again. Where are we? Meeting compliance, as we just said there. Here we go. Grenfell Tower, 14th of June 2017. 72 people lost their lives. 72 bereaved families, friends, and they all wanted answers, and they wanted someone to blame. This is also the biggest wake-up call to industry around the whole world, to up the game with compliance and fire protection. Can I have a show of hands, please? Has anybody read this book, Show Me the Bodies? No one? So working from painstaking daily reporting from the inquiry alongside extensive interviews with the bereaved and the survivors of Grenfell atrocity, APS, the author, has written a concise, devastatingly detailed and upsetting book. From architects to politicians, all decision makers should read Show Me the Bodies. Compelling, rigorous, utterly forensic and so very needed. This book has to be the moment that things change. That's the book. I can generally read a book like that, I don't know, 8 hours, 20 cigarettes and about 10 cups of coffee. Finished. Yeah. After 14 hours, I'm only halfway through. And the reason for that is, every time I was going through, I was having to stop and go back and reread what I'd just read because I just could not believe what I was reading. It's absolutely unbelievable. And highlight, and highlight. It's like when someone speaks to you and they go, and they're just chatting away, and then all of a sudden you just think, did they just say that? That's the sort of thing that's happened there. So following the Lake and All House fire in July 2019, the government tasked the BRE to investigate what happened. Blocks of flats should resist spread of flame, allowing firefighters ample time to extinguish the fire before it uncontrollably spreads. Allowing the either the building did not comply with regulations or the regulations were not sufficient, but something did go wrong. But within government, it appears minds were already made up. On July the 14th, before any report from the BRE was issued, Brian Martin, the former joiner, now the civil servant effectively in charge of fire safety regulations in the UK, emailed a fire engineer who'd inquired about the blaze to tell him, based on snippets of info I've had so far, I don't think there's any need for changes to approved document B. UK government's failure to tighten the Class O rating meant that cheaper panels could stay on the market. Pure polyethylene was around £2 to £3 cheaper per square metre. It's not a lot of money. Now, what to make of Mr Martin's actions in the 18 years prior, Grenfell, when he failed again and again to correct the fatal flaw in approved document B? I'm going to liken this to AS 1530 Part 2, flammability index of 5 or less. As in, I don't believe the test is very, very good. Polystyrene, block. Has anybody ever set light to one? Ever stuck it on a fire? Hold your breath. I don't recommend it, because obviously I don't know what it burns, but it's not good. It melts and drips, melts and drips, melts and drips. Now, that's polystyrene. This is aluminium foil tape. Yeah. Put a piece of this on the back of it. Test it to BS 476 Part 6 and 7, and you'll get a class, if you pass, you'll get a Class O, surface spread of flame. That is now a Class O product. But obviously people that were designing the buildings, signing off on the buildings, Class O was like not a fire resistance level, but some sort of fire rating they were looking at. It actually does something. It doesn't. Throughout, the government relied on the fact that deaths in fires were falling to justify its failure to tighten fire safety rules. This is said to have been expressed by officials with the following phrase: "Show me the bodies." There were simply not enough deaths to justify the new restrictions on businesses. On the 14th of June 2017, our government got what they asked for. The Grenfell Tower fire killed 72 people, including 18 children. It ripped families apart, traumatised entire communities, destroyed 129 homes and caused damage that many involved can never be repaired. They're never going to get over it. UK government PLC could have set higher standards. Political, economic choices saw us adopt lower standards than Germany and others around the EU. We wanted to remove barriers to doing business, and doing so became a market where dangerously combustible cladding could be sold equally. Arconic, the suppliers of the Class O compliant cladding used on Grenfell, cannot blame the UK government's indifference to fire safety. It had its testing from 2004, which demonstrated the risks, all the warnings from senior members of the company, but corporate interest took precedence over human morality. An employee at one insulation manufacturer described a fire test on a system containing its product as raging inferno in 2007, but buried the testing evidence and marketed it specifically for use on high-rise buildings. When its fire performance was questioned, one manager said those raising issues could go and F themselves. Senior figures at a cladding manufacturer exchanged emails internally saying the company was in the know about its product's poor performance, but told its salespeople to keep its true performance very confidential. Both those materials would be used on Grenfell. Corporations' ability to lobby government, I believe it's a serious issue. As Sky News reported a few months after Grenfell, the UK lobbying arm of the plastic insulation industry boasted of its ability to influence local UK government, specifying authorities, relevant approval and certification bodies, and having high-level involvement in the drafting and regular revision of British and European standards and building regulations. Rob Warren, a former technical director at Celotex, told a trade publication in 2015 that the regulatory change was the greatest driver of plastic insulation sales. Maybe I'm naive, but I truly hope this isn't happening in Australia. On the 14th of June 2017, 24-storey block of flats went up in flames. The fire climbed up cladding as flammable as solid petrol. Fire doors failed to self-close. No alarm rang out to warn sleeping residents. As smoke seeped into their homes, all were told, "Stay put." Many did, and they died. Harrowing 999 calls, which would later be played in a mammoth public inquest, recorded the rising panic of those trapped in the smoke-filled, burning flats. The fire ripped through poorly maintained buildings. Fire doors failed. Eventually, the single staircase filled up with pitch-dark, choking smoke. In one bathroom, 2 mothers and their 3 children died, including a baby born just weeks before. Show Me the Bodies will never leave the mind of anyone who reads it. The tragedy is that the people that should won't. Lacrosse cladding fire, closer to home, Victoria, 2014. Thankfully, nobody died. Not because we build or regulate better than the UK, but purely because of luck. We were lucky for several reasons. I'm stitching Stephen Kipp up for this because he'll be able to tell you the reasons. So, you know, if you want the reasons, have a chat with Stephen and he'll let you know why we were lucky. Comparing lacrosse with Grenfell is like comparing apples with bananas. Australia, ACP with any percent, 1%, 2%, 30%, 100%, PE core and plastic thermal insulation products haven't been compliant for use on or in any external walls of buildings 3 stories and above. since BCA 1988. If ACP is used on the outside of a building to complete the envelope of the external wall system, it's not an attachment, it's part of the external wall system. United Kingdom, the British Building Standard, and approved document B, which is not a mandatory document, allowed ACPs and 100% PE and plastic thermal insulation to be used compliantly, fully compliant, on all high-rise buildings. Black Saturday bushfires, 7th February 2009, 173 people died. They lost their lives, 120 of whom were from the Kinglake area alone. Did anybody ever go to the Kinglake area after the fires? Devastating, isn't it? Whole community is just devastated. In response, new test methods were released. And I'm saying released because at the time in 2009, there was a lot of kickback. This is it's a knee-jerk reaction. This fire test is this, it's that. It's a knee-jerk reaction. The actual fire test, AS 1530.8.2, was written back in 2007, or released in 2007, and then it was prior. It would have been about 4 years in the development prior to that. So it was nothing new. It wasn't a knee-jerk reaction. It's just the Victorian government decided to adopt it after the fires. New standard regulations came into force. Responsibility. So which professionals are responsible for ensuring that their actions protect both life, asset and the Australian community? Whose responsibility is it to protect our children? Mums, dads, nans, granddads, friends, designers, architects, builders, manufacturers, fire engineers, fire services, installers, building certifiers. Is anybody, anyone? Whose fault is it? Because when there is a fire and people die, the blame game starts. It's the fire's fault. They didn't get there in time. It's the manufacturer's fault. And on and on and on, which is what we've had in the UK at the Grenfell. It was always someone else's fault. I believe that we've all got a care to protect the public and to do our jobs to the best of our ability, whether we're installers, designing, certification, consultants, manufacturers, surveyors, the government. And I believe that everyone involved in the process from design to sign-off has a responsibility to keep up to date just with the National Construction Code and the reference Australian standards and test methods contained within it. It doesn't take long to read like Part C in the National Construction Code. And endeavour to meet the compliance requirements in lieu of trying to get around them. There's lots of people who will always try and get around something because it's easier. Or I don't have to worry about that, I don't have to worry about things like that. That's someone else's job. We just won't cut it anymore. It's the least we can do. If there's something we don't understand, we should never be too embarrassed to ask. There's lots of experts around the country. If you want to know something about changes to the National Construction Code, Stephen Kipp. If you want to know something about fire testing, Steve Halliday from Warrington Fire, Keith Nichols from CSIRO. Assessments, you've got Omar. There's lots of people that are experts in their specific field, and they'll be quite happy to explain stuff. I contact them all the time when I don't understand something. The person that thinks they know everything doesn't. Doesn't matter who they are, how many qualifications they've got. If they think they know it all and they think they're an expert and they're telling everyone, I'm an expert, it's the person that stopped learning, because you learn something new every single day. Bushfire. BALLFZ, there's 2 flame zones. There's BALLFZ for elevations within the 10 metres, you've got vegetation within the 10 metres of the boundary of the house, and you've got the elevation outside the 10 metre vegetation. Section 9, requirements for BALLFZ, 9.1 general. Building assessing section, I'm going to right the way down to the bottom. If circumstances where 10 metre setback cannot be maintained from the edge of classified vegetation or cannot be achieved, it shall conform with AS 1530.8.2. Any element of construction or system that satisfies the test criteria of AS 1530.8.2 may be used in lieu of the applicable requirements contained in clauses 9.2 to 9.8. So you might get a building certifier might turn and say, oh, well, you've got to have gaps filled with this or gaps filled with that of greater than 3 mil or whatever. If someone's tested a 1530.8.2 roof system and they've passed, and then you've got your reports from the Registered Testing Authority, none of that's applicable. It's a tested system and it must be installed in strict accordance with the construction details, concise construction details contained within that report from the Registered Testing Authority, or an accredited testing authority as they're now called. There's a number of tested roof systems on the market that have tested to 1530.8.2. These companies that are up on the board, I've seen copies of their regulatory information reports or their assessment reports. They're fully compliant. Trafalgar Bordex, you've got the BlueScope ballasted roof system, Promat, TBA Firefly, my old company, Wood Solutions. Then you've got the two generic roof systems, one for steel and the other for tile. They were introduced in Amendment 3 to AS 3959 in November 2011, and they were adopted in the NCC on the 1st of May 2012. (9.6.2) tiled roof, Appendix H or a system tested 1530.8.2, same again, same again. Roof penetrations. Generally, you'd have to test through a tested system the service penetrations. Or there's this little clause in there as well which says, note, as general principle, the service penetration should not significantly compromise the performance of the element of construction it penetrates. I don't know how you justify that with an alternate solution or tested, but it's there. But if someone's going to rely upon that, they would need some sort of justification for whatever service penetration is going through that roof system. In accordance with 9.1, the only wall systems which can be used in elevations where there's a 10-metre setback distance cannot be achieved are those tested to 1530.8.2. I don't care if someone's got a 10-metre thick concrete wall. Well, concrete's fireproof, so concrete's, well, no, it spalls anyway, but if that system has not been tested to 1530.8.2, you can't use it. In accordance with 9.1 any wall systems contained within section 9.4, which is that section for walls, may be used on elevation with a 10-metre setback can be achieved. So that's non-combustible material, including the following, provided minimum thickness of 90 mil, full masonry or masonry veneer walls with an outer leaf of clay, concrete, calcium silicate or natural stone, precast in situ walls of concrete and aerated concrete, earth wall, including mud brick, or a system conforming with AS 1530.8.2, 2018, when tested from outside. A system with an FRL of 3030 or -3030 when tested from outside. That's the key criteria. Tested from outside. Or a combination of the items above. If you're designing, installing or signing off on a BALLFZ roof or wall system, please ensure that you cover yourself by obtaining a report from a NATA accredited testing laboratory showing the compliance with a manufacturer's system's claims to meet AS 1530.8.2 2018, and this may be in the form of a test report, an assessment report or a regulatory information report. Check the validity date on the assessment or the RIR, as these reports must have a validity date in accordance with AS 4072, Part 1. Generally, the labs will only give it about 5 years, because obviously it changes, things change, standards changed, and then they'll reissue that report, or they won't reissue the report. After which time the assessments and the RIRs must be revalidated by the test labs. Now, just going back to what I've highlighted there, is that red triangle? Or does that take me back? Oh, here. NATA accredited testing laboratory. There's thousands of NATA accredited testing laboratories in Australia. Yeah. but there's only a few that can test to AS 1530 Part 4, full-scale testing, AS 1530.8.2, full-scale bushfire testing. And it's easy enough. You go on the NATA website and you just put in whatever test, like AS 1530.8.2, click on that and it will come up with all of the registered test labs that are registered and accredited for that specific test. They're the only ones that can write assessment reports. They're the only accredited test labs that can actually fire test. If you're designing, installing or signing off on a BALLROOM wall system, please ensure, same again, that you cover yourself by obtaining a report from another NATA accredited test lab showing full compliance. A manufacturer's system claimed to meet 1530 Part 4 FRL 3033 or FRL-3030 from outside when tested 1530 Part 4 2014. That's the latest version of that test method. Same again, must be in the form, well, maybe in the form of test report. This must show that the system was tested, because if it's a test report you're getting, must show that the system was tested to AS 1530 Part 4 2014. You can't use a test report to 2005 or to any of the previous standards. 2022 NCC is the first time that this is actually become apparent. So prior to now, obviously it was only released in 2023, May the 1st. Prior to now, it used to state if you've tested to a previous version of the test method, you don't have to retest. So what you've got, well, what we've had prior to now is someone could have fire tested back in 1970 or whatever, or whenever, wall systems, floor systems, and back then, I don't believe there was a full-scale fire test lab in Australia. I think there was just a 1 metre by 1 metre or a 1200 by 1200. So if they're relying on that for FRLs for a wall system, maybe they won't work now when they're tested on a full scale. And obviously their products 9 times out of 10 would have changed. So if it's fire-resistant plasterboard, for instance, I mean, I left the Royal Navy in 1990 and I was labouring, carrying boards around building sites. They were heavy fire-rate plasterboards back then because it was mainly plaster. And those manufacturers have got, you know, lighter and lighter and lighter and lighter with their products. So it's not necessarily the same product that was tested in 1970 or 1980, which is why it's really good now that that clause has come into the National Construction Code. You've got to test to the latest version. Assessment reports in accordance with AS 4072. Latest version of that is 2005. Assessment report, this must show the system is tested or assessed to AS 1530 Part 4 2014. Same with the regulatory information report. So what that means is somebody may well have tested to AS 1530 Part 4, got their FRL in 2005, and the test lab will assess that to say, well, it's a wall system or it's a service penetration, and there weren't any changes to those specific parts of the test method from 2005 to 2014. Therefore, we'll assess that to AS 1530 Part 4 2014. But that's what you need for compliance. You've got to have these dates on now to the latest versions. Check the validity date again, because if it's out of date, it's non-compliant, you can't use it. Section 3, construction requirements for bushfire attack levels. 3.4, higher levels of construction. Construction requirements is specified for a particular BAL shall be acceptable for a lower level. So if someone's tested their system to BAL 40, they can use that for every single level prior to that. So your 29s, your 19.5s, your 12.5s, to meet compliance. Now this is a bit of a curly one. Reduction in construction requirements due to shielding. Now, in the 2009 AS 3959, it was in there as well, and it actually stated, it talked about walls and shielding. What it didn't say was, it didn't say you can't use shielding for roof. But just because he didn't say it, didn't mean that that wasn't the case. Shielding has always only been for walls. Not for roof, not for fascia, not for roof. Or for your subfloor. It cannot be applied to those. There you go, 3.5. Reduction in construction requirements due to shielding. Where an elevation is not exposed to the source of bushfire attack, then the construction requirements for that elevation can reduce to the next level, next lower bow. However, it shall not reduce below 12.5. An elevation deemed to be not exposed to the source of bushfire attack if all of the straight lines between this elevation and source of bushfire attack are obstructed by another part of the same building. The shielding of an elevation shall apply to all elements of a wall. So in 2018, AS395, they've now clarified it, of a wall, including openings, but shall not apply to subfloors or roofs. As I say, it's always been in there. You couldn't use that shielding for that. I seem to remember people are still doing it. You get phone calls and they're saying, they want to build to flame zone, but the designers only said that this elevation of the roof's got to be to flame zone and the rest of it's BAL 40. I'm like, no, if one elevation is in flame zone, the whole of the roof is flame zone. Roof, fascia, eave. It does not apply. NCC 2022 performance requirements adopted May the 1st, 2023, which obviously has just come in. Key dates for adoption of the condensation management element. Australian Capital Territory, 1st of October 2023. As Steve Kipp was saying earlier, we're not one Australia. We're lots of different states and territories, and everyone seems to have their own way of doing things, which is fair enough. New South Wales, 1st of October 2023. Queensland, they've got a modern homes agenda, so you've got to read that, and that's completely different. But South Australia, 2024. Victoria, 1st of May 2024. Introduction to this part. This part is intended to reduce the risk of illness or loss of amenity due to the occurrence of condensation inside the building. Does this by requiring features that enable moisture-laden air to be removed from inside the building structure. Deemed to satisfy provisions. F8D5 ventilation of roof spaces. 1. In climate zone 6, 7 and 8, a roof must have a roof space that is located immediately above the primary insulation layer or immediately above the sarking with a vapour permeance of not less than 1.14. I can't pronounce that. Can someone pronounce that for me? What they said. Which is immediately above the primary insulation layer or immediately above the ceiling insulation, which meets requirements of those ones there. Ventilate to outdoor air through evenly distributed openings in accordance with table F8D5, so you've obviously got to go to that to see what that is, or located immediately underneath roof tiles of an untiled roof. These DTS clauses do not apply to BAL FZ roof systems. Deemed to satisfy provisions. 2. The requirements of 1, which I've just read out to you, do not apply to a concrete roof, a roof that is made of structural insulated panels, or a roof that is subject to bushfire attack level FZ requirements in accordance with AS3959. So what does that mean? Does that mean we don't have to do anything? Does that mean we're going to get mould and rot? Doesn't matter. I don't know. BAL FZ roof systems must be fit for purpose. From the date of adoption, in each state and territory, manufacturer will have a duty of care to ensure that they have mitigated the risks associated with the encapsulation of roof space with their systems. If performance cannot be met with the DTS method, which it can't, then it should be met with an alternate solution. That's my belief. The objectives of this part is to safeguard occupants from illness or loss of amenity as a result of excessive internal moisture. Functional statement, condensation. A building is to be constructed to avoid the likelihood the likelihood of excessive internal moisture accumulating within the building envelope. Performance requirements, condensation and water vapour management. The risks associated with water, vapour and condensation must be managed to minimise the impact, on the health of occupants. Climate zones 6, 7 and 8, they're the ones of primary concern of construction in these buildings which fall within those climate zones, because that's the cooler zones of Australia. Climate zone maps are freely downloadable from the ABC website. You've got 6, 7 and 8, so they're pretty much alpine-y type areas, as I say, colder areas. And just give you an idea what that means for bushfire. The whole of the Blue Mountains, they come in 6, 7. You've got some 8s in there as well. The whole of Victoria. Whole of Victoria comes in climate zones 6, 7 and 8. You've got a little bit over in Perth. Nothing in Queensland. That's it. Thanks for your time. Does anyone have any questions? Have I gone over? Oh, if you've got any questions, come see me on my stand. Thank you.
Yeah, so thanks, Trevor. And if you do have questions, you can find Trevor around or ask him questions in the app as well, and we'll chase up all of our presenters to get to those. So if you're joining us online, this is the end of this session, so this is your opportunity to click out of this session, click into the next session, wax on, wax off, and the next session. So now I'd like to welcome Henrietta Tan from Standards Australia, who's going to give a general overview of Bushfire Committee portfolio and updates on HB 208, maintenance of construction in bushfire-prone areas. Thanks, Henrietta.
Thank you so much. Lovely to see everybody, lovely to see so many familiar faces. And it's always great to attend such an important event. And my personal and professional thanks to all of you who do such important jobs here in the room today. All right, so yes, my name's Henrietta Tan. I'm the Engagement Manager at Standards Australia. I'm responsible for the building and construction, water and waste and timber sectors, and obviously all the standards that fall under the fire area sit within my sector. So today I'm just going to give you a bit of an overview of what our committee, FP20, our Bushfire Committee, have been working on. I'm not going to touch on the 3959 activities because Colin and Graham will be covering that for you tomorrow. I'd like to thank, we have a number of people from the FP20 committee in the room today. I'd like to thank all of them for their hard work. It's unceasing. Essentially, I see our Bushfire Committee, sort of like they're painting the harbour bridge. The minute they stop working, they essentially start working again. So the work they do, as you can see, is very, very important. So today I'll be talking about the handbook, just giving you a brief overview of what's been happening in that space. Also, I'll give you a bit of a rundown of how you can participate in the world of standardisation. I'll just give you a brief look at where our committee tools and also our non-committee member tools sit. And I'll talk very briefly about a couple of updates to how you can access standards. All right, Handbook 208. So this handbook essentially is going to be in two parts. We have part one, which is the practitioner's handbook, and part two will be the owner's handbook or guide. Now, I'll say up front, this work is still ongoing. I'd also like to say up front that hopefully I don't misrepresent or mess up any of the messaging behind what the team is doing. So it's very important to reiterate, I'm not a technical person. I'm the engagement manager. So although I'm obviously involved in what the committee is doing, I'm obviously not involved at a technical level. And that goes for any questions afterwards. I might have to take questions on notice. It's essentially this work very strongly complements the work that they've been doing on AS 3959. Which is, of course, the construction of buildings in bushfire-prone areas, which I'm sure you're all familiar with. So they're all doing this very important revision work at the moment. Now, I want to point out the difference, just the essential difference between a standard, so 3959, and also the handbook, 208. So the standard, and also particularly because it's referenced in the National Construction Code, is it's a very formal process. It's got very high, it needs very high consensus. It requires very involved and wide stakeholder involvement. And we also have to work in with the Australian Building Codes Board with their process because it is referenced. So, you know, dare I say it's a very strict process that everybody has to adhere to. A handbook, although is just as involved, and the guys are spending, gosh, just as long almost with the handbook as they would with the standard, it's a lower consensus document. And that means it's basically a peer-reviewed document. It won't need to go out for public comment for 9 weeks and all the other, you know, sort of, I suppose, more complex parts of the process that are expected with the Australian standard. But that in no way means that they're not putting as much love, attention and care and consideration into the work of the handbook. The handbook is essentially around the maintenance of buildings to AS 3959 and best practice guidance for construction in bushfire-prone areas. The idea of the handbook is hopefully to increase compliance with 3959. The homeowner guide, we hope, should assist homeowners with a human element. And I think it's really important, and I know last year there was a lot of talk at this very event about the human element that goes with bushfire. You know, it's all very well and good to build to the high levels that are expected to, you know, to reduce that risk or mitigate risk against bushfire, but you've got to take into consideration that human element. And this should hopefully assist homeowners with this common sense approach to preparing and maintaining their homes for bushfire. And you're not always going to be able to remove the risk entirely, but it's about just adding that assistance for homeowners. So we're hoping this should be a useful and readily available educational document for them. All right, I want to thank the working group. Paul England and Richard Brooks, the chair, have been very helpful in providing us with some visual aids. So feel free, by the way, to take photos. Do bear in mind, this is a work in progress. This work has not been finalised. So whatever we have up here today is likely to be the finalised piece, but just bear in mind, it's still ongoing and, you know, could change. So we'll go through this just at a high level. Section 1 to 3, I would say, kind of set the scene. And are the meat of the document is being around the site assessment, design, construction and handover processes. The focus, as I said before, is on achieving compliance. Section 7 and Part 2 of the homeowner document focuses on information for owners after completion, and this is just as important. And Section 8 is around good design principles and focuses on voluntary enhancements and design flexibility. So as you can see, this is quite an involved thing. We'll go through section by section. So Section 1 will be the scope and include application terms and an overview of Part 1. Section 2 will have an overview of application of 3959, including the state and territory regulations and NCC Volume 2. And Section 3 puts bushfires into context. Section 3.1 is around fuel, ignition sources, topography and weather. 3.2 characterises exposure of buildings to bushfire attack. This covers airborne embers, burning debris and accumulated embers adjacent to building elements, secondary fires and combustible materials within the site and allotment, radiant heat from a bushfire front, direct flame contact from a bushfire front, and wind actions. 3.3 introduces us to BAL and covers radiant heat exposures, addressing ember and debris exposures, as well as BAL-FZ direct exposure. 3.4, BAL performance criteria, and 3.5, performance of pre-AS 3959 buildings. Section 4 focuses on BAL assessment, including the application of the 3959 bushfire site assessment method. And Section 5 covers designing for compliance with NCC bushfire provisions by applying 3959 and determining performance of building systems and materials when exposed to bushfire. It also covers design documentation. Section 6 covers construction and associated work, such as main construction phase and also signage. And Section 7 is the information to be provided by builders for owners or occupiers, such as design and inspection records. There is also an intention to provide a copy of Part 2 with the completed compliance tables. Section 8, good design principles. And you can see there's a fair amount in here. This contains content that isn't necessarily mandatory in AS 3959, but can provide additional protection that may be cost-effective or practical in some instances and assist with upgrading existing buildings. It includes a holistic approach to good design principles, site planning, vegetation management, fire hazards, access and adjacent structures. Also things like garden furniture and other domestic items and water supplies. And the devil's in the detail. You know, as I said before, and I know that gets covered so often, it's all very well, building, a high-spec house, but if you don't consider the flammable items that are sitting next to your windows, things that are sitting, on the porch, things that are sitting underneath the house, then are you really providing the best protection that you can against bushfire? I'm going to touch very quickly on the homeowner's guide. Now, we haven't completely agreed on the name to Part 2. Whether we call it a guide, we're not sure. But essentially, as I said before, the idea of this is that it's going to be a plain English document which will assist homeowners in preparing and protecting their homes against bushfire. The idea is to motivate and educate them to consider their voluntary measures. And I think it's a fair statement to say that not everybody, not every homeowner understands those risks at the moment. So it'll include some content similar to Part 1, but in a format more suited to homeowners. It'll assist them with a common sense approach to managing this risk, and it'll inform them of the building of the bushfire safety provisions that should be in place and the documents that should be passed to them at handover. As I said before, this is in progress. In terms of timeframes, the committee is nearly done on Part 1, the practitioner guide, and then will put all their focus into this Part 2, or the homeowner's guide. I think we're hoping that timeframe will be sort of first half of next year, but obviously we'll keep you posted. All right, just a quick one on how you can participate. We're a member-based organisation. Our programme is set entirely by industry. Anyone can submit a proposal. If you think anything needs changing in a standard, feel free to send us a proposal and we can work with you through that process. Feel free to get involved in our projects, either at a formal technical committee level or more informally at a working group level. Any subject matter experts are always welcome on our working groups, and you don't need to be nominated by an organisation to do so. Also, comment when documents go to public consultation. You can access those via our website. We want all of your input. Touching quickly on where you can find tools, our Connect dashboard and our committee workspace can be all found now via our website. We've got training resources, we've got for our committee members, we've got the Standards Information Management or SIM tool where committee members can see all standards relating to their committees. Proposal portal, as I say, get involved, send us proposals if you think something needs changing. All that can be found on our website. If you aren't a committee member, you can register to review public comment and submit proposals. A quick one on access. I could talk all day about this, but essentially I'll cover very quickly. No standards aren't free. They're not likely to be free anytime soon, only because of the expense around developing standards, bearing in mind, of course, the invaluable assistance of our volunteers who provide their time for free. However, we have listened to feedback and we're making changes. We have now a much better choice of distributors, which provides better competition for the price of standards. We have our store, and via our store, we also have bundles, which I'll talk about in a second. And we've also improved the way you can access our standards, so we now have a reader room for mums and dads to be able to access standards in a domestic, non-commercial setting for free. Happy to take questions offline about that. And that's all a work in progress. We also have, as I said, so we have our bundles, we have our small business sets, which are an alternative to hard copies. These are more cost effective and are an easy way to access standards. Access to 214 NCC primary references online for 2 users will cost you less than a cup of coffee per day. And we've just launched, well, we will be launching, our new mobile app, where pricing's still in progress, but you'll be able to access, for example, the NCC for about $100 a year. We've also innovated how content is implemented. We've partnered with FireMate to integrate between their software and standards, and ClearCalcs to assist the engineers. Ever so quickly, a rundown on NextGen. This is our program to future-proof the work of standards. It's a 10-month professional development program for, I could say younger, but certainly newer people in the industry, people who've had a few years' experience, and it's an opportunity for them to get involved in the world of standards. We run that once a year, and it's open to 25 applicants. They'll all be given a personalised mentor and will have the opportunity to network. This is just a bit more detail. So they'll get training, they'll be able to access webinars, they'll be able to observe committees, they'll be mentored, and they'll have the opportunity to join a committee on completion of the programme as an observer. And we've seen a number of really committed new committee members as a result of their work on this programme. That's it for me. Now, I did say that I might have to take some questions on notice, but have we got time for a quick question? Is there anything that I can help you with at the moment? Oh, hello.
I posted it, but I'll ask you directly.
Oh, sorry.
I'm in the middle of a detailed design construction in Bell Plain Zone. Is it possible to get a pre-release version of Part 1? I'll repeat the question.
Thank you.
I'm in the middle of the detailed design construction of Bell Plain Zone components for a home.
Yep.
Is it possible to get a pre-release version of Part 1?
As in the Part 1 of the handbook the guys are working on?
Yes.
I'm getting a very firm shake of the head. No, unfortunately not. But I don't know if you're happy to informally chat about your progress. Yes, thank you, Colin's happy to have a chat with you about that. Thank you so much for having me. Enjoy the rest of the conference. Thank you.
Great, thank you so much, Henrietta. So again, those of you who are online, this is your opportunity to click out of this session and click into the next session. So I would now like to welcome to the stage Kylie Steele from the Resilient Building Council, who's going to talk about the Bushfire Resilience Rating app and some case studies. Kylie.
Thank you for the introduction. For those who don't know me, I am a BPAD Level 2 consultant in Victoria, and I have a consultancy that also provides advice on climate change adaptation in a number of government entities. I sit on the technical panel with the Resilient Building Council as well. So today I'll be presenting on the bushfire resilience ratings developed by the Resilient Building Council. So my presentation today will provide an overview of the bushfire resilience rating project, the methodology overview, show you some of the bushfire resilience rating assessment processes, including the self-assessment app, and take you through a number of the case studies that we've been undertaking as part of the pilot program. So today, although my presentation today is going to focus on the bushfire resilience rating, this is only one element of the integrated disaster resilience and energy efficiency ratings program that we're currently developing. The project is funded by NEMA and New South Wales governments, with a number of project partners that are detailed below. The resilience rating system is being developed through an expert collaboration led by the Resilient Building Council. It includes contributions from industry and the community. So what do the resilience ratings include? So the resilience ratings will include bushfire, flood, cyclone, storm, heat wave and energy efficiency. So what is the purpose of the resilience ratings? The resilience ratings importantly provide a methodology to measure resilience. By measuring resilience, it enables effective and efficient investment decisions by identifying the actions that lead to measurable risk reduction for individual buildings that has consideration of the building's unique characteristics. Ratings also provide a marketing mechanism so that banks, insurers and the investment community can recognise and reward resilience. As you have seen on my previous slide, the banking and insurance sector are project partners. It is our intent that the bushfire resilience ratings will work beside existing bushfire policy and legislation. So here are some fun facts. Although these statistics from NEMA are anything but fun, and they highlight the importance of disaster resilience in Australia. As professionals dealing with bushfire risk every day, we are all aware of the significant legacy risk in our communities. The fact that disasters are costing the Australian economy $38 billion per year is alarming, and this is forecast to increase with climate change. The Resilience Ratings program aims to help households reduce the risk to their homes, to prevent damage and loss, and provide contingency should early evacuation fail. Moving on to the methodology behind the resilience ratings. The resilience rating scale is from 0 to 5, where the majority of existing homes built prior to bushfire building legislation are in the 0 to 1 category. We have found the majority of new buildings sit within the 2 to 3 range, and best practice is within the 4 to 5 range. Our goal at the Resilience Building Council is to guide retrofits to enable an individual home to move up the resilience scale. The bushfire resilience rating methodology is supported by a probability of loss model, which was developed by Dr. Ian Bennett. This has been based on post-bushfire building loss surveys and fire engineering and testing, and it focuses on 3 key mechanisms of loss, being ember penetration, radiant heat exposure, and the impact of adjacent fuels and their contribution to loss. The bushfire The following slides, there's a few of them, just give an indication of some of the mechanisms of the bushfire resilience ratings consider. I believe that Ian Bennett gave a presentation at this conference last year, but these just give you an indication of some of the mechanisms we've considered. So this is the different ways embers can penetrate roofs. This is one for wall mechanisms. Door mechanisms. And these are some of the, as I said, this is not an exhaustive list, but it gives you a concept of what and how items have been considered. This pictorial shows a number of factors that have been considered in the methodology. Of particular note is the importance of what we call the allotment factors, where Dr. Ian Bennett has considered the likelihood of ignition of a caravan, for example, and then calculated the radiant heat exposure from a caravan onto the adjacent house. And he's gone through these allotment factors in great detail. So, there's a different radiant heat exposure from a canoe as opposed to, a lawnmower that's stored under your house, etc. So it's one of the critical differences to the policy and legislation, I guess. The other key difference is the consideration of the neighbouring building and its impact on the resilience of the building that you're, the building of study. The incorporation of adjacent items and neighbouring buildings deals with a gap in the legislation and provides a holistic approach to the resilience assessment. From the methodology, two forms of assessment have been developed. The first is the professional assessment that consists of a detailed set of questions about the building and its surroundings. In the pilot program, this was undertaken by a number of building and bushfire practitioners. From the detailed assessment, a more simplified set of questions were developed that identified some of the key contributions to bushfire resilience. The more simplified set of questions are shown in the slide and include a set of pictures that help the homeowner. So this is an example of the homeowner self-assessment app. And as you can see, on the far left, there's a set of questions that the homeowner is expected to answer. We've developed a number of pictorials to help them answer those questions. And then there's that will then indicate to the homeowner where their current resilience rating sits and what the potential is that they could get to. So essentially the homeowner app is an education tool. It helps homeowners understand their home's resilience and it provides recommendations on how to improve their resilience. The Resilient Building Council has been testing the methodology through a pilot program. The home retrofit pilot is also partnered with the University of Wollongong and was the first step in integrating different objectives for building upgrades where energy efficiency was integrated. We reached out to members of the community through our project partners and we had an overwhelming response in community interest, particularly in communities that were impacted by the Black Summer bushfires in New South Wales. The pilot project involved working with homeowners to test the bushfire resilience ratings. The project involved visiting homeowners, assessing the bushfire risk, letting the homeowner go through the homeowner app independently, undertaking a professional assessment and undertaking an energy assessment through the National Scorecard Efficiency. Sorry, I'm skipping too far ahead in some of these. We selected a number of homes across a broad region, and we tried to achieve as much diversity in the pilot assessments as possible. This included exposure to a range of hazards and building typologies. The pilot project was designed to be an end-to-end process, from householder engagement through to developing a scope of works, engaging with building contractors where appropriate, and certifying the home after the building and works had been undertaken. As we speak, there's a number of retrofits currently being undertaken. The assessment methodology used the AS3959 methodology to determine the radiant heat exposure. We also undertook a fuel assessment to establish the likely ember characteristics and densities. And here's a few photos from some of the vegetation, I think it was in Shoalhaven. And this is what the bushfire resilience rating report looks like. So this is from the homeowner assessment. This is not the expert assessment. So as you can see, oh, sorry, I'm skipping. As you can see, it provides the resilience ratings of where the home is currently at, explains the ratings and shows how the ratings can be improved. The report then provides a number of recommendations that have been ranked in order of which recommendation is going to make the biggest impact. The National Scorecard and Energy Efficiency Report also identifies measures the homeowner can take to improve energy efficiency. The households were given both the individual reports and then given a combined report that identifies items that would make the biggest difference that suited their budget. Budget brings us to an important consideration before I take you through some case studies. The participants of the pilot project had varying budgets for undertaking retrofit projects. Some had 10 to 20,000 and others had more significant budgets. I'm sure that most of you in the room, recognise that a lot of renovations that are undertaken on homes, it's generally for aesthetic purposes or someone wanting to add a bathroom or add a bedroom, etc. And this is one of the first cases where people were doing this purely for bushfire mitigation. The resilience rating provides a number of recommendations, and some of these are really small, so trimming overhanging branches, and others were quite significant, such as replace your cladding and windows. So to improve the resilience rating from 1 star to 4 or 5 stars may involve a significant spend, which is outside of the budget of many of the pilot project participants. The app enabled homeowners to identify the key items that would make a difference to their home's resilience and that sat within their budget. So this may not have enabled them to get a higher end of the resilience ratings, but allowed them to make meaningful and measurable improvements and provided a very important education tool. So I'll go through a couple of case studies quickly for you. So this was a house in the Shoalhaven region. The bushfire risk to this house was found to be quite significant. There was a forested gully that went up through the middle of the township here. And interestingly, this site is not in the bushfire-prone area. So although the site is not in the bushfire-prone area, this household applied to participate in the pilot program because they were aware of their risk and they wanted to do something about it, even though they weren't required to. And here's an example of the house. So as you can see, there's a number of trees surrounding the dwelling, a number of areas for ember penetration. So without the replacement of windows, which was outside of the homeowner's budget, the rating could only increase to 2 stars. If the homeowner decided that down the track they would, replace the windows or put some shutters on, they removed a bit more vegetation than they were willing to, they may be able to get to 3 stars. So here's another photo of the same house. You can see treated pine steps. You can see lots of items on a treated pine decking. And then this slide here, you can see treated pine up against gas cylinders. And this is an example of the report that was generated. So the current rating is 0, and then the improved resilience rating could get up to a 2 with the recommendations shown here. So you can see the last point, point 11. So further rating improvement possibilities are up here. So and this is given in more detail in the expert assessment. I think we have time for one more example. This is another site in the Shoalhaven area, and this house is interesting in that this is a relatively new house. So this case study 2, this house was recently constructed to a BAL of 19 and has a significant clearing around the house, and the vegetation management has been done in a lot of, with quite amount of detail. The building has a steel roof, non-combustible footprint around the dwelling, but this building, interestingly, only got 2 stars, and this was largely due to the exposure that the garage door presented, where there was no ember mitigation. And in developing the methodology, Dr. Ian Bennett found that the combustibility of items in the garage contributed significantly to the likelihood of loss from ember attack. So here's an example of the vegetation surrounding this dwelling. It had softwood posts, and there was also gaps identified around the blockwork wall, where the blockwork wall meets the eaves. There were ember mesh, or it wasn't really ember mesh, it was more like a leaf litter. Guard was installed with about an 8mm aperture, so this allowed leaf litter to actually accumulate and embers to get through. And here's an example of the current rating. So it was given a 2 in the resilience rating, and an improved resilience rating to a level 4, which is getting it up to best practice. And as you can see, there's a number of things here, particularly with these houses, there's a number of things that can easily be done by the homeowner or be done by, sort of someone who does building maintenance, etc. And it doesn't always need to be, quite an expensive process. So the bushfire, the last case study we'll go through is also in Sussex Inlet. You can see it has sort of, it's a rural residential area. There's a bit of grassland, a bit of forest. And this house is, your typical brick construction with a tiled roof, estimated to be constructed in the mid-70s. We've got quite a significant amount of legacy risk in our townships that, correlate with this type of building. And it's no guess the largest vulnerability associated with this dwelling was the tiled roof that had been weathered over, years and had many vulnerabilities. There's also a number of holes that were identified in the eaves, where the lights had been replaced over time, but the holes hadn't been fixed up. There was a number of items that were stored around the dwelling, a dog kennel up against a softwood timber support. And this slide shows the roof in more detail. And here is an example of the report that this homeowner was given. So it had a current rating of 0 and an improved rating of 3. noting that this, requires quite a significant amount of work that needs to be done to the roof system. Yeah, and that concludes my presentation today. So if anyone has any questions, I'd be happy to answer.
Is that app available?
The app is due to be released in October. So if you get onto the Resilient Building Council's website, you can register your interest, and yeah, when the app's available, you'll be able to download it. It's a free service, so anyone will be able to download it.
Hey, thanks very much. There was a talk yesterday, it was just this morning about community-led resilience as opposed to really leaning on top-down regulatory environments. How do you see this in a practical application being spread, like the word about it being spread? Is it going to be from community member to community member, or would you see it being kind of a prescriptive service that you would be advised for people to look at?
Look, I think there's probably a couple of different channels there. I think that the app can be used by the community as an education tool, and I think that some of the fire services are interested in using the app as an education tool, because it's a process that takes the homeowner through their home, and it makes them consider where they park their caravan, where they park their boat, and what the impact those items have. So I think that it's being supported by local governments, particularly in New South Wales. So I see that it will be led potentially through education channels that the councils have, and that maybe the fire services have. And the other big motivating thing about this is that the resilience is measured. So if you have a zero resilience, and the insurance companies are looking at this, so if you are given a 0 rating and your insurance company comes to you and says, well, we can provide you a rebate or a better rate if you get to a 3 or a 4-star rating, then the insurance company is helping to mitigate climate change, and it's also a benefit to the homeowner. So I think there's the insurance side of things, which Stephen Kipp was alluding to this morning, and also the banking sector. So if you can improve the resilience of your home, it may enable you to get a green home loan, so that improves your insurance rate, or your home loan rate, etc. So I see that this app and being the assessment or the homeowner assessment won't be able to be used to get the insurance and the banking sector benefits, but through a professional certification process. In the future, hopefully you will be able to get that, and that's where we're working towards. So I think, no, it's not going to be prescriptive, but I think that there will be significant benefit in adopting the resilience ratings.
Is there any
Yeah, look, that's a really interesting point. I think the pilot program, you know, it was really interesting. We got so much community interest, but a lot of it was from retirees, so people who were really quite vulnerable and, you know, were fearful of losing their homes in the Black Summer bushfire. We are lobbying for some, you know, grants to be available to low socioeconomic areas. At the moment, it's sort of, there's some parties that are interested, but, you know, we've got a pretty tight budget. So, you know, it'll be interesting to see the uptake in the future, but hopefully this will align to some grants that are available across Australia. Yes.
I'm wondering where you draw the recommendations from, and whether you include things that are maybe not formally acceptable or approved by sprinklers.
So the question is, you know, have we considered other items such as sprinklers? We have discussed it, and I think essentially this is really about passive measures, not active measures. But in our recommendations, so, you know, if we get a house, you know, and there's a lot of them out there that are FZ houses, you know, they're a timber or cedar box, you know, there may be some recommendations to say that, you know, your house has significant vulnerabilities. You are not, you know, the amount, what you would have to do to make your house, you know, have a 2-star or 3-star, etc., is pretty much to build a new house. You know, it may be that there are some resilience measures that you can put in place, such as sprinklers and bunkers, but we haven't really, like, that's not a formal recommendation at this point. It's been considered. I'm not sure in the final model whether they have included that or not. That's it. Oh, no.
Some of the upgrade measures that were coming out of the app might require development approval. So, for example, in the lower BAL ratings, they could be exempt or they could be compliant development. The higher BAL ratings, replacing windows or steps, require a development application through council. Have there been any moves towards removing those roadblocks to people wanting to do this or making it easier for them?
Not to my knowledge, no. So if people went to do a significant renovation, they would have to go through the formal process of getting, you know, building approvals and planning approvals. So this is designed to sit beside that, the existing policy space. It's not designed at this stage to replace that.
I was just wondering whether there is an intention to aggregate the data and possibly share it in a public way, in that the resilience ratings become a motivator or a deeper understanding for the broader community about how the ratings are going, or what the rest of the street looks like in terms of its ratings, so people can consider mutual risk issues and things like that.
Look, there's definitely the opportunity for that, and I think it comes down to local government embracing the resilience ratings. You know, if you had a particular community, you know, I'm in Victoria, so I'm not familiar with all the New South Wales communities, but, you know, for example, if you had a community like Aireys Inlet, which is on the Great Ocean Road, that's quite exposed to bushfire risk, if the council got behind that community and said, let's get an understanding of what the resilience ratings are, it could be the local government or council that drives that understanding and uses that through their community safety departments. The other channel is that if this does get taken up, or when it gets taken up by insurers, insurers will definitely know. So I'm not sure whether they will share that information, but yeah, the information will become available to them and local councils. So, but I think it's really at the homeowner's discretion. So some people might be a little bit nervous about what their rating is, at the start. But it's a real driver to really undertake these, and a lot of the time they're really small measures that make quite a significant difference. Oh, yeah, sorry. I'll be around at dinner if anyone has any questions, so happy to answer them then. Thank you.
Sorry to cut that short, but I'm conscious that everybody probably needs a hit of caffeine about now. So please feel free. Thank you so much for that talk, Carly. Seek her out and ask more questions. And there are a couple of questions that were asked in the app as well, so we'll make sure Carly's going to log in and have a look at those. So we've now got half an hour break for afternoon tea. Please take an opportunity to visit the exhibition area, and we'll see you back here at 3:30. All right, if you could all take your seats, people, and hopefully you haven't got too many of those profiteroles stuffed in your pockets, I should say. I may have stolen a few. All right, if we could all take our seats, please. We've got a presentation coming up now. Actually, just quickly before we start, just a reminder, the conference dinner at the Hydro Majestic Hotel in Medlow Bath is this evening. If you're going along to that, the buses will be leaving from the lobby from around 6:15, so meet in the lobby of the hotel at about 6:15. The buses will take you there, and they'll be coming back here between 9:30 and 10 o'clock tonight. The dinner is a stand-up entree, sit-down main and stand-up dessert so that you can mingle and chat. And if you haven't got a ticket and you'd like one, see Agnes at the front desk. So, with all of that done, I would now like to welcome to the stage Maria Kornikova from the Fire Protection Association of Australia, who's going to give us an update.
Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Dr. Maria Kornikova. I'm a manager of the bushfire services at the Fire Protection Association Australia. Just a little bit about the association itself, for those of you who don't know us. The association has been organized in 1957 by several keen members at the time. So we are a registered non-for-profit organization, and we're also a membership organization. We have 1,730 members across Australia, and we've got 3 tiers of the membership. So we've got a corporate, organizational, and individuals. Corporate members are companies that are actively working within the fire protection space. So, for example, we've got obviously Trevor Kempster, you could see that. We've got FPS Australia members, and we've got a couple other members outside. You can meet them also at the exhibitions. Organizationals are more of passive users of the fire protection, I guess. So it's hospitals, local councils, and obviously individuals. The 6 core activities that we have is bushfire services. We've got a member services, technical support and consultation that we provide for the members. We have training and practitioner development programs, advocacy and national policy framework, which potentially we'll get Mel to talk a little bit later. We've got ozone protection and synthetic greenhouse gas regulations activity as well. And we're also working on licensing and accreditation. So for those of you who are working within the bushfire space, you would know of the BPAT scheme that comes under the bushfire and the licensing and accreditation. I am talking instead of our CEO or interim CEO, Lee Gershausen, who couldn't be here today. So I'll be talking more about the strategic plan that we have for the next 5 years. I also would like to mention that this month is a National Fire Protection Month for FPA Australia. So if you're interested in checking out any of the other events that we have, they are available online, most of them just webinars. You can have a look on our website. And the month has been opened on Monday by the Governor General and his wife, David Hurley, and His Excellency David Hurley and Lindsay Hurley, who sang a really fun song about our organization. I have like a clip of 12 seconds. If anybody wants to get amused, feel free to talk to me later. I'll show it to you. So our Directions 28, which is a 5-year strategy plan. Fun name. Couldn't figure out what the Direction 28 stands for a long time. Apparently it's just 2028. As you can see, we've got a framework that's STARS framework, which stands for S is a skills and development, T is a technical advice, A accreditation licensing, R representation and advocacy, and S is a services to members. And as a part of the work that we've been doing as a senior executive leadership team last year, we've been working on filling in the framework for different areas. And obviously I was responsible for the bushfire. So I'll just give a brief rundown of what the bushfire looks like using the STARS framework. So in the end of the 2028, we've got an ambitious goal. In terms of the skills and development, FPA Australia is the leading provider of bushfire training services. It does not mean that we're going to be overtaking from the universities. It's more of PD sessions, various add-ons, additional workshops that need to be run, or just a facilitator for various training activities that are available. And as a part of it yesterday, the BPAT forum, we started looking into the revision of our BPAT scheme. And as a part of that revision, of which I will talk a little bit later as well, we are going to be identifying the gaps in the current skills and trying to fill them in, either by providing something or just finding an additional providers where we can make sure that they would be accredited or recognized within the BPAT scheme. Technical advice. So we're looking into pipelining a bushfire event that would promote engagement with relevant state authorities and practitioners on various emerging trends. One of the examples of this is a bushfire conference, a Western Australia, and specifically bushfire conference that we are planning for next year. So it's going to be on the 9 and 10th of July in Pan Pacific. It's going to be quite similar probably to what we are running here, well, what the BME is running here, in a sense that we would like to bring some products, some services to Western Australia, because we've got quite a lot of people over there, just industry just asking for it, and it's not very feasible for them to keep flying back and forth to the east, and it is my understanding that there is a great divide somewhere in between as well, so they're not particularly keen on crossing the area there. Another part that we've got as a technical committee produces results and sets the standards, so we do have a series of technical committees, and one of them is TEC20, which has a seat on the FP20, and that works with AS3959, so we've got a representation there, which is Mark Porter is our chair on it. And we're also looking into various other technical standards that we can help with, so I've been asked for by one of the gentlemen here about one of the mesh standards. Accreditation. BPAT is nationally recognized accreditation framework. I'm hoping that it's going to be before 2028, but it's an ambitious goal. Hopefully we're going to get there. As a part of it, we are looking into revising of the BPAT scheme and making sure that the current skills and competencies are matching those required by the industry, because initially BPAT was rolled out in 2006, hasn't really changed since then, so we just want to make sure that it's still relevant and valid, and with that go to the other states as well, and make sure that the current BPAT in the current state is also strengthened. Representation and advocacy. So FPA Australia aims to become the key voice of the BPAT practitioner with engagement with each state government. That is something that we are doing through our accreditation, through our advocacy, national advocacy framework. I'm looking over to Mel Cronstead, who will be on the panel following my little lecture, who is our Western Australian State Manager. We also have Queensland State Manager Alan Mitchell, and we currently have a New South Wales State Manager position vacant, and Victorian State Manager also position vacant, because both of the managers decided to retire, because they just decided that it's time for them to go and do their own thing, and they were all kind of around that age where I guess retirement was a thing. I was a bit jealous, I must say. I just got back from holidays and kind of also want to just retire. Couple of the examples what we're doing in terms of representation and advocacy, particularly here in New South Wales, we work quite close with DP and New South Wales RFS to make sure that the BPAT practitioners are heard and recognized. In Western Australia, I don't know if Mel, you want to add something, but we are about to, I think in the end of this month, 29th we're going. We're meeting, Western Australia planning and building ministers, so it's two separate ministers. Thank you. I've been told that I'm going only 2 days ago, so I haven't seen the agenda or anything yet. And we're hoping that we're going to be able to promote, and it's obviously all of it is about promoting BPAT and making sure that the bushfire industry is strengthened. And our final point is services to members. So we would like to establish a clear, tangible member benefit for bushfire industry. To turn around our bushfire membership a little bit, this year we have brought with us our manager of member services, Sharon Uncle, who is just sitting in there. She can make herself visible. If anybody of you is interested, have any ideas as to which services we can provide or how we can service the bushfire industry a little bit more, please do let us know. That's the reason why Sharon is here. She's quite keen to hear about it. As we were established mainly as the fire protection industry for the building itself. So we are a little bit more tailored probably in a membership in that space, but we would love to make sure that the bushfire industry is heard and included. and we're looking into diversifying our membership model to make sure that the bushfire industry is included and heard. So if you do have any thoughts or any ideas, so please join or talk to Sharon at some point about joining us and just letting us know what can we do. The last person that I would like to introduce as well, of whom I forgot in the beginning, is Nick Best, who is our bushfire technical officer. If you've got any questions in terms of technical capabilities, Nick probably would be the person to ask. And yeah, I think that's it. We've got a, thank you. We've got a 50 seconds if anybody has a very quick question. I try to finish right on time. I usually speak very fast. Great, thank you.
Warp speed, well done. Thank you so much, Maria. So again, those of you joining online, this is now your cue to click out of this session and to click back into the next session, which you will definitely want to do, because we've got our first panel of this conference, and panels are always fun because you get to hit them with all the questions. So just a reminder, you can ask questions either from the floor with a microphone or put them into the app, and we'll get to them. We've got a good hour for this panel, and you've got a lot of really good experts who are. So the theme of this panel is shared responsibility, acknowledging the gaps and opportunities. Our panellists today are going to be Justin Leonard from CSIRO, who's also going to be moderating the panel, Rod Rose from Ecological Australia, Lisa Chu from the New South Wales Rural Fire Service, Catherine Ryland from CR Bushfire, and Mal Cronstead from the Fire Protection Association of Australia. So I would like to invite them all up to the stage to take their seats and take it away for this panel session.
So I guess this is a panel session about shared responsibility, and I think what we're going to try and do is be highly interactive, not just amongst the panel, but with the audience and with our online contingent as well. So just a reminder, as we go through the question processes with the audience, put your hand up and make sure you've got a mic in your hand to announce the question through, so the online audience can be part of the process as well. And we'll do our best to incorporate their questions as they pop up on the monitors. So I guess I'm really encouraged by, I guess, the tone of this particular conference day, in that we all seem to be really focused on this quite apocalyptic challenge of climate-driven change that's ahead of us, and the rate that we all have to pull together and find common threads and connections between all the bodies of work that I guess we all contribute to in our various ways. And I thought the topic of shared responsibility is a way to say, well, we're all contributing to a system, and there's this commonality of an outcome where the individual homeowner has a more resilient outcome, and at the same time shared responsibility in being able to effectively and rapidly recover. So I think because loss is inevitable to some extent, it's both to achieve a resilience outcome, but it's also, that means we are enabling them to recover quickly. So I think that's the sort of broader scope around it. So I'll probably pass to other panel members, starting with you, Rod, around maybe introduce yourself, where you play in the space, and I guess what shared responsibility means to you.
Okay. Yeah, I'm a senior bushfire, a senior principal bushfire consultant with Ecological Australia. I've been in the bushfire industry for 50 years, and
or a bit more, and the first 18 years with New South Wales National Parks and Wildlife Service, then with the RFS for 6 years, and then as a consultant for 6 years, for 30 years. And in that, so I'm getting up there. So in that time, look, I've seen a lot of change and a lot of challenges, and they're obviously accelerating. But you know, the shared responsibility thing from my current role is largely as where the rubber hits the road, I suppose. You know, governments create legislation and policy that's based upon research. We try to interpret that stuff. We try to act it out in the field and get the right outcomes in the field. And look, that's been challenging over the years. I think, you know, I presented in 1983 on a topic about the difficulty in that process, and I think I could present on that topic again now without, unfortunately, seeing a lot of change. So one of the challenges, you know, we see in our space is the pace at which change occurs, and that's difficult for us in implementation. So yeah, look, I guess we see at the coalface people who don't understand the policy and the regulations well. They don't necessarily understand the bushfire risk well, and we get a lot of information from that exposure that we would like to feed in to the system. We get some opportunity to do that. I think most people in roles like mine would like a greater opportunity. I think in recent times there's been an effort to hear our voice more often, but I don't think we're making the progress that we would like to see.
Yeah, thanks, Rod. Mal?
Yeah, thanks, Justin. Just a bit about me at the outset, I guess. 40 years in the fire service, starting as a volunteer in a bushfire brigade way back when, and then into the Department of Fire and Emergency Services in Western Australia. It was a completely different name then, and of course we've all been through the bureaucratic changes and whatever over the many years. And a year's experience with the Fire and Rescue New South Wales and 4 years with the Rural Fire Service, including managing, that 4 years managing the Blue Mountains District, which was an experience for a West Australian, I've got to say. And of course, retiring last year from DFES after 40 years, well, so I thought. And then FPA Australia said, we've just got this little, you know, we'd like someone in WA to represent our interests. So I was, in a weak moment, I said, yeah, okay, I'll do that. And here I am. So happy to represent a member-based organisation. Maria's already given you the sort of the thumbnail of that. But my particular perspective on the shared responsibility thing really got sparked, it really piqued my interest this morning when we heard that first speaker, and the threads wended its way through the subsequent speakers. But there is a real lack of, I guess, integrated fire protection. So it's not only shared responsibility, so everyone doing their bit, everyone putting their shoulder to the wheel and taking responsibility for their bit, but also integrating it all. So we've had a number of speakers talk about it's got to be community-led, it's got to be, you know, rather than all these silos approaching us at different perspectives at different times. And in recovery after a fire, it's no better example than people, for example, having to fill out, you know, several different forms or whatever. You know, you can just imagine the stresses people are already under after something's happened and having to face that bureaucracy. And I felt great empathy for this morning's speaker. But, you know, that shared responsibility, I'd love to see a place in the future where it's far more integrated so that we have a better view of natural hazard impact on everybody's, you know, well-being and existence in society, and being able to maintain a standard of living and a place to call home and all those things that go with it, and being able to carry that through despite what's thrown at them. Well, that's rather idealistic, I know, but it'd be better if we integrated things a whole lot more. And we've heard about, we're here for about bushfires, but many of the principles that apply to bushfire apply equally to other hazards. And it'd be nice. DFARS is, in WA where I came from, is fortunate in that a lot of SES fire, both urban and rural and whatever, are largely integrated. So it's not perfect, but it's a closer relationship about tackling the same issue about community resilience and solving the problems together. So that's my take, Justin.
Nice work, Mel. Lisa.
Hi everyone, I'm Lisa Chu. I am the Supervisor for Development Planning and Policy, which is part of the Built and Natural Environment Directorate for Rural Fire Service. The team that I'm a part of, we develop policy for building on bushfire-prone land and guidance for building on bushfire-prone land, including planning for bushfire protection. I guess I have a background in government, also doing bushfire and environmental with state forests, by the Rural Fire Service. In terms of shared responsibility, so we can't do this alone, even as a regulator, developing these policies. And RFS, obviously, we're heavily community-based with, I think, the largest volunteer organisation in Australia. So for us, it is very much about, empowering individuals, empowering our communities to be ready and supported at every level. And we very much want to try and ensure that we're listening to everyone and what we're doing. To try and build on, the policies that we generate, to make sure that, we do incorporate things. As I said in our talk earlier, we're always looking for the best science and making sure we're trying to do that engagement moving forward so that we have agile and forward-thinking policies. Yeah.
Me?
Yeah, thanks, Kathy.
I'm Catherine Ryland. I think many of you probably already know me. When we were asked this morning, who we were, what sector we work in, I think I put my hand up a few times. I'm a town planner by trade, came to Australia and worked at the Rural Fire Service for quite a few years doing development assessment. And writing the 2019 version with the team that Lisa now works in, of planning for bushfire protection. I am very passionate about the work that we do as individuals and as organisations as well in this space. I am now a bushfire consultant, so I don't work at the RFS anymore. I'm BPAD level 3, but in this scene, I actually putting my academic hat on as well. I'm currently writing my PhD around the maintenance of bushfire protection measures. And when I started that process, I'm framing a lot of my research around recommendation 28 of the New South Wales Bushfire Inquiry from 2020, which talks about compliance and maintenance, and some of the ways that we might go about improving that space. So I think we all know that, especially in New South Wales, but across Australia, we're actually, I think, doing a really good job of improving the resilience of individuals and communities by applying Australian Standard 3959 and by applying the other bushfire protection measures in planning for bushfire protection and our other state guidance documents. And that kind of covers some of the houses in Australia, or some of the facilities in Australia. But I think, as we all know, it's certainly not going to cover every house. We have legacy development, and it's very difficult to retrospectively apply bushfire protection measures in the current environment. The other thing is that we do a really great job during the development application process And we do go through the occupancy stage where we sign off those protection measures as well. And then beyond that, we leave the responsibility to the homeowner for the rest of the life of the property, for the homeowner to obviously take the responsibility to uphold the conditions of development consent and effectively maintain all of the measures that we have made them go through, pay for at the development application stage. And my hypothesis, the hypothesis of my research is really that, and I think we all know that a lot of people don't understand what those bushfire protection measures are and don't necessarily continue to apply them. So I've been interviewing agencies and homeowners and doing a lot of research into the literature to work out whether we do have a problem, whether that maintenance gap is a big gap, and if it is, what we can do about it. So what might some of the options be? How do we kind of play to the strengths of human behaviour to actually improve the bushfire protection of communities right across Australia? There you go.
So, yeah, thanks for that. Oh, sorry, we've already got a question. We can have questions throughout, so please please interject if something does motivate you to contribute.
A very interesting subject you're doing there, a PhD, and really apt, because that is a big gap, I would say, as well as a big opportunity. I can give you a recent person that contacted me, wanted to do a deck, and I said, well, that house looks fairly new, you know. I said, so when you, 2009, so I said, with that bushfire requirements, says, oh, I don't know what. I said, it would be in your DA consent. I can't understand it. So I downloaded the consent. Yes, they had a pizza. It's built about 29. They didn't know. It's only 5 years old, 4 years old, the house. So I'm just going, how come? What can we do?
Yeah, so I have been interviewing homeowners and actually found the same thing, that a lot of the people I've interviewed, although I have been interviewing people who have been through the development consent process, they have conditions of consent to apply, and for the most part, people are not aware of even having those conditions of consent, let alone knowing how to apply them. And even though they may have been asked to build to BAL 29, and they sort of understand that it's cost them more money, and some of them actually understand what some of the construction elements are that they've paid for, they don't necessarily kind of connect that with a level of bushfire risk or the fact that it is actually protecting them in some way from a bushfire. It's more a cost expense and actually in some cases a bit of a frustration.
So I think this notion of the community sort of at the end of the line, and they're not necessarily picking up the message about what legacy stuff they're handed onto. So I think very easy, point the finger, unenlightened community, they absolutely have to step up. But this is a shared responsibility discussion, and the question would be, what are we missing and not doing up the chain so that the relevant information is cascading down and ending up with an informative environment for those community members to act within? Do they and can they get a complete understanding about the gaps, issues and things they need to pick up and carry themselves? So this is where it's a whole of chain question, where I think we all can pick up and lift our games in a whole continuum of how it might trickle down, because the end game is really achieving this impact at the end of the chain. It all comes down to, you know, is this really playing out? Yeah, we had a question.
And that leads very nicely to my question, because when I think of shared responsibility, sometimes I think it allows the blame game to occur. And so the question really to the panel is, you know, do we have enough people stepping up and taking accountability, whether it be the homeowner, as you said, or whether it be the person who does the development application, or the policymaker, or the politician? Because, you know, I think we all remember when ScoMo made that comment, "I don't hold the hose." What he was saying is, I'm not accountable, right? And so for me, the question is, you know, do we allow people to blame others because we're sharing responsibility?
That's an interesting dimension, Justin. I think, you know, we're specialists in our field, and we are very passionate about, you know, what good looks like and what ought to be done and so forth. But unless you've had the exposure like our first speaker today, and often that, you know, that she was quite fortunate in that the memory was very vivid and very alive. But you don't have to look very far in communities for that memory to fade and to disappear into the distance. Everyone leads very busy lives, and there are many other imperatives in today's society other than the things we're interested in. So, you know, getting another ideal world thing, I guess, would be that, much like the built environment we're in today, the things around us work despite us. And that the features that were embedded into a building or a structure or a lot, you know, again, idealistic, work despite us. So we've got to factor in the fact that people aren't, you know, that there is a dimension of society that's just not going to come with the ride. And shared responsibility, of course, as you mentioned, is often, you know, when something bad happens, who can I go and bring me the body? Who can I go and find to solve my problem for me? So, no easy solutions there.
So on that chain you're talking about, I think, you know, the community end is possibly the most challenging place, but it's also the most important. So, you know, I think we need to be adding priority to that. And, you know, we somewhat work in a bubble, and we certainly understand all those things, but, you know, we have our own focuses. But in the end, how well is it being translated? How well is it being understood? How well is it being implemented? You know, I think that's the litmus test.
Yeah, I think there's probably no one so far up the chain that they would be insulated, I think, from that reality. I think it's relevant to imagine the complete downstream implication, how well you connect into the next steps, how clear and transparent the processes you're implementing, whether it's a high-level policy or a land use planning designation decision. What are you putting around that to inform and hand it on to the next person, or have visibility in the community so that you're doing not just what you absolutely need to do, but you are maximising its relevance to all the other steps and the processes that end up impacting a personal circumstance or a community's reality or outcome from an event. Yeah.
I think we're all trying to do that. I agree with you, but how effective are we is the question. You know, and I don't think we can answer that. It's the community, and, you know, we've heard quite a few comments about surveys that have been conducted. So we've got a way to go, I think.
Yeah.
I did, just to add to that, I did actually interview, as part of my research, one couple who they knew they had a bushfire report done as part of their DA. They actually had flame zone. It was a flame zone outcome. They loved their shutters, which I was really interested in. Most people were like, well, I hate these things, but they had made their whole room into like this cinema room that they could put the shutters down, and they actually felt more secure that they had the shutters, which was also really interesting. But mostly they were a bit distressed that they had been given this bushfire report, and it was really written for the DA. It was very technical, and they couldn't follow it. They didn't understand what the report meant. They didn't know what it meant to them. And their comment was, actually, why didn't the consultant come and talk to us? Why didn't the consultant kind of actually come and explain to us what it all meant and what we needed to do at the time? And it actually made me think, because obviously I'm a consultant as well, and it made me think, yeah, I feel like we are missing a bit of as consultants, a piece where we could actually engage with the homeowners a little bit more and help them on the journey of bushfire protection.
I think from a policy point of view, policy can only do so much. So, and we don't want to, you know, add things to our policies and our legislation where we become a nanny state, because I think at some point we do have to trust our communities and our individuals. But I guess where is that balance of what we're providing with regards to that? And I guess to follow on, I'll give an example of someone who phoned us up who had built 15 years ago, and they had an APZ, and they're like, when are you guys coming out to, you know, clear our trees? And it's like, what are you talking about? And it's like, oh, on our conditions of consent it says, you know, maintain an APZ. When are you guys coming out to do it? And they had full-blown 15-year-old eucalypt trees. They didn't understand that it was actually their responsibility to maintain this asset protection zone. So, you know, there's definitely some work to be done in that space.
When we work in this field, it's easy to go around, and I can remember working in Sutherland Shire and going around and going, well, look, these houses have all got asset protection zones. Why aren't the landowners maintaining them? And I think we do have to stand in the shoes of the public and understand that, yeah, they're going to have a million other priorities. The first homeowner might have the good fortune of having seen the conditions of consent, but then they sell the house or somebody rents it, and there is not an understanding that there is a problem there. And we do couch things in language, and we have conditions of consent, and I've seen some horrendous ones around subdivisions and asset protection zones that no one can understand in 20 years' time. So there is a huge challenge in getting that message down the chain, but I think it's also a huge design challenge. And what my experience was with asset protection zones is that if they're well maintained and used for other purposes, then great, you've got a chance of that protection happening. But if it's just a bit of bushland that they have to get out and trim regularly, well, the soccer game or whatever else is going to take priority. So I think there is a huge design element in this as well.
And certainly, I guess, something very simple like mandatory disclosure of any asset protection zones that were in place at the time of original consent or whatever is a fairly minor step, but could have a major contribution to things like the information flow and awareness in setting up the community to then possibly pick up those processes.
I think at the moment, so in New South Wales, we have 10.7 certificates, and all they say is you're on bushfire-prone land. You know, so when a resident gets that, what does that mean? You know, so there probably is a gap there that needs to be filled to try and understand, you know, help homeowners understand what their obligations are. I mean, the classic is, as said, you know, you build your house, it has these conditions on it, and then 2 years later you sell it. But that new owner, they don't know. They don't know what their obligations are or what it's been built to. So, yeah, there's definitely a gap there.
And Justin, that goes to I think my point of the integrated approach. I'm really keen on that idea of, you know, so you establish a particular set of conditions at the outset, but then how do you make it enduring? And your point about, you know, making a mandatory disclosure is one element of that. There may be many other elements that you could add to that to make it more enduring. And we talked about strategic bushfire planning. So if you look at the whole system of bushfire risk management, how do the parts integrate and work together, you know, in synergy so that 2 plus 2 does it truly equal 6 and work towards the same end. At the moment it's dreadfully fragmented, I don't suspect it is.
And even a low level awareness of exactly how effective a minimum compliance outcome actually is. Like, okay, let's call it around 80% survival rates on average for a modernly regulated structure. Is that anywhere near the expectation of the homeowner or the community to meet that level? And if it's not, well, off we go. Let's have a conversation about getting up well beyond that regulatory minimum.
Thanks. Look, I'd like to take a little bit of maybe a contrarian view, which is there's a fabulous amount of knowledge about bushfire protection, about fire protection, the chain we've had mentioned a number of times. But I step back and look at this, and someone used the words walked in a homeowner's footsteps. And for me, it's not so much about the chain. I think there are two key channels here. One is the people who are very high risk and who need specialist communication. And the second one is a broader community campaign that needs to go down there. So you look at the examples in the health space. You know, the bowel cancer over 50, breast cancer, skin cancer is a great one. Slip, slop, slang. And over time, they've developed that very simple message to include seek and slide. It's one that people remember, and it's one that drives action. So I guess where I come from with something like this that's, you know, let's face it, it's very complex. It's a very sophisticated space. There's lots of great work going on. But it's got to be messaging that is consistent across, say, states or countries, whoever's funding it at the end of the day, federal, state, probably not local. It's got to be simple, it's got to be repetitive, and it's got to be action-oriented to get to the vast community to solve the problems you're talking about. Because trying to solve the chain problem becomes a really, really hard and really, really complex problem and doesn't necessarily get the message out to everybody. So, look, I just throw that out there as a slightly contrarian view, but I think this is a marketing communications problem, and I think it's high risk, those that are moderate to low risk, and it's along the sort of lines of the slip, slop, slap, seek, slide.
Can I just talk to that for a sec?
Okay.
So I have been told that the slip, slop, slap campaign, when it was released, it took about 10 years for people to actually gather the momentum from it. And so you're absolutely right, it does need something like that. But we also need to appreciate that that kind of campaigning, getting it into communities' mindsets takes time. So Rural Fire Service currently has the Get Bushfire Ready campaign, which has been going for a couple of years. Like it will probably take a few more years for that to get into people's mindset, but it's trying to follow the same philosophy in terms of, you know, let's have a slogan that we can start thinking about.
And I think to unpack that a little bit more, you've sort of, I guess, leant to the side, or you both leant to the side of that sort of top-down campaign type approach. And yes, plenty of examples and money put towards those sort of high-level pitches that are sort of top-down information. I guess the open question there would be to what degree do bottom-up or community-driven initiatives where they rally around, you know, a retrofit drive of fencing or, you know, get together and do a group purchase of sleepers to change out old rotten treated pine ones with non-combustible ones, or you know, a bulk buy of a certain thing. So that sort of, how does community cohesion, how does that work in two directions? Because I think you can affect a lot of change, but you have to think of all the possible ways of getting those simple incremental improvements.
Justin, Duncan Scott Lawson, DMC. Interesting hearing the comments coming from the room, and it's all about this prescriptive, directive, I'll point the finger and community, you do that. It doesn't work, okay? There is one common word that's been spoken continuously out of the presentation, and Justin, you've touched on it, and Rod, you have as well. It's the word community. They will not change, and they do not understand joint responsibility because they're not engaged with properly. The way that we have joint ownership is by engaging with community, and we've done it very purely in natural hazards, bushfire included, in how we engage with our community. Is there room in government to establish new systems, new agencies specifically looking at natural hazards, to look at community engagement, emergency management response, and how we manage community at a local level during emergencies to better inform them of what their role is and what government role is?
Does anyone want to take that?
So I'll talk a little bit. So we have the Reconstruction Authority that's establishing itself in New South Wales. But I guess from a community-based perspective, RFS works at that level as well. And I can give one example of where it has actually worked really successfully in preparedness, and that is down in Rosedale with the 2019-2020 bushfires, where the community worked well with the brigades down there, and actually learnt about what they should be doing to get their homes ready. Then when the fires did come, they had already been talking, they'd already been working together, they were clearing out underneath each other's decks, they were clearing out the gutters for everyone. When they were asked to evacuate, they made sure that everyone was ready to evacuate. And get out, because they had done that work with RFS preemptively to try and achieve that. They had a pretty, as successful as you can be when a bushfire hits you outcome from that. So it can be achieved, but everyone can always work harder and work better to make this a more common goal. Duncan, I agree.
I think part of the challenge is the community does come together when there's a crisis, and and great things happen, but a lot of great things also need to happen outside the crisis time. And we've heard different people say how quickly that crisis moves on, and getting people motivated to work together to understand the risk enough to act on it is part of the challenge. And some of the stakeholder engagement I've done, in the end, the only times I really got a good response, I think, is when I was able to paint a picture of the risk. So there was no fire history in recent time, but when we stood in the community on the street and we looked down at the gully and how long the fire run would be and the height of the vegetation, and I described that the type of fire that we need to protect ourselves against is 1.5 times the height of those trees. So they got a visual understanding. Wow, that's I didn't understand BAL 40 or BAL whatever, but that sort of registers with me. And then we sort of had climate or weather information, and I said, do you realise that maybe 150 to 200 days per year, if a fire starts down the bottom of that gully, then it won't be controllable in the worst part of the day, and those types of fires will impact this street. And then people say, okay, well, what can we do about that? So for me, it's how do you paint the picture? I'm not saying that's the only way.
In terms of human behaviour, as I was sort of mentioned earlier, there's a couple of different trains of thought on how people respond best to what they're inherently what we want them to do. And one of those trains of thought is that people need some sort of financial incentive to actually take an action. And I think a lot of people would agree that I think a financial incentive can be a really big motivator for people. But there is also another train of thought that actually inherently people just want to do the right thing. And I think having spoken to a lot of members of the community, particularly recently, I do find that actually people do want to understand the risk, and they do want to act, but they need to be obviously given the tools to do that. And as Duncan said, community engagement is definitely one big way to potentially improve the situation for bushfire protection. And I do genuinely believe that actually a lot of members of the community are really motivated to actually understand their risk and have protection and do something about it. A lot of the messaging, the recent messaging about the bushfire season that we're just going to experience in the next few months has actually got people thinking really carefully about their houses. And they want someone to go and talk to them and tell them what they can do, what the problem is. You know, I spoke to a couple that have timber decks and timber window frames, and this huge timber pergola thing in the back garden that they use for meditation. And I explained to them that, you know, a real risk is embers igniting the wooden pergola, and that could ignite, you know, the window frames and the decks. And they hadn't even thought about things like that. They had thought that a fire might come, but they hadn't kind of connected that with their actual house and what their building measures really meant in terms of fire terms. So yeah, I think community engagement is a really big piece, and we can tap into the fact that people genuinely actually want to do the right thing. But I guess one question is it enough? Can we rely on community engagement alone? Or do we need, you know, a raft of different things to, to achieve the best outcome? So in terms of a community as a whole, is community engagement enough? Is regulation enough? Are financial incentives enough? Or do we need a whole package of measures to achieve the best outcome for communities?
Yeah, I think you make a good point. I think that whole package approach, I'll go back to the term I used, which was that integrated approach, but tailored and community-led. I think you hit on a perfect point there. It's, you know, the stronger communities, we all know that the stronger communities that already have a system, already have established connections and networks and all those good things, are the ones that are likely to endure and succeed in whatever facet, and look after each other. And if you add those other tools and the mechanisms that they can then leverage locally, or we can integrate it and leverage it locally, you're going to really succeed. But you know, in Western Australia, in some recent experiences where the community is dysfunctional, Yarloop is a great example, and more recently, not bushfire related, but Fitzroy Crossing and in the West Australia's Kimberley. I mean, had that be the hazard is irrelevant, but in Fitzroy Crossing, completely dysfunctional community, and it took a serious natural hazard to then surface the dysfunction that already existed, and it just exploded into pieces. So I think, you know, the community-led stuff is really key, and getting the right tools in the right place at the right time, but tailoring them sensitive to the community's needs and not kind of imposing something. I don't think anybody likes stuff imposed and say, well, this is good for you, you know, and let people decide for themselves. Again, a bit idealistic, but I think, you know, a more integrated approach where we've got a few levers to pull and push would work far better.
Yeah, I think the idea of a community-orientated agency or process, I think, is a fantastic one, and I think it's got scope to not only help inform and set up the community in a far more effective way, but also act as an advocate and a lookout to hear the community's needs, wants and desires, and to inform back up into all the other systems and start pointing at gaps and opportunities and processes that can create that more seamless process. And I think on top of that, I've seen a couple of small examples that were really incredible, and that's where you give resilience or recovery funding not to an agency or an entity, you give it to the community and say, that's for a task, can you please self-assemble nut out what you need, nut out what your priorities are. There'll be a little bit of auditing and oversight so you're not spending it on stupid stuff, but can you please assemble? And in each of those cases, the communities have been incredibly responsible and diligent and thankful of being given the reins of working out their destiny and how to administer those funds and get the most out of it. And I think the diversity of communities speaks to the reason why that is such a powerful thing, because you won't necessarily get two communities prioritising and spending their resilience money on the same things.
Thanks, Justin. Colin Wood. I was at Shoalhaven Council until recently, and we certainly agree that community engagement is the important key that's missing. Coming out of the 2019-2020 fires, we were lucky enough to be involved in a project which was Fortis House, and Fortis House has now gone out there, and we had community engagement with that. Part and parcel of that is that people didn't know what they didn't know, and our community needs to know that. And I think that what we're doing with HB 208, and I know that there's probably only two of us, Maria and I, who have seen HB 208, and it's a very, very good document. We're very proud of it. But the first part is a practitioner's document, and part of that practitioner's document is Appendix 1. And Appendix 1 is what we call a bushfire risk management plan at the back of it. Some jurisdictions have it. I know Tasmania has it, and WA. It's a plan that shows your building, and it'll have different numbers on your building, and then it'll have in the right-hand column what that means. So it might mean your window is to bow 40. Your walls are constructed this way. Your roof is constructed this way, and you've got to sign off on that. And the practitioner at the end of it will sign off on it at the plan, and then when it's given to mum and dad at occupation certificate stage, mum and dad then get given HB 208 Part 2. So mum and dad then know how to manage that building in perpetuity. And that's what we want to achieve with that. Our Australian standard is 32 years old, 1991, and we cop a lot of criticism in Standards Australia each time there's a bushfire. We can only do so much, and it's only a building component. But where this is going to take it, it's going to take it to not only building, but maintenance, looking at landscaping, looking at what you can do in and around your home. And I think that that is the process where we need to go. And we also need to then have this general thing that can support it. And I'm thinking that the app that Kylie and Mark have been working on is another thing that Shoalhaven Council's been involved in. And I think that that's a great system that we're going to run with. And we're also thinking that point of sale, and at point of sale you do a bushfire health check. How is my building? So that mum and dad come in with their eyes opened as to what has to happen at that building. So I think that this is the missing link, and this is where we need to go.
Yeah, totally agree. I think a house is probably the most complex appliance or thing you interact with on a daily basis that you could step into, and there's not an instruction manual attached to it. So it's fantastic to see us finally getting to the point where there is the semblance of an instruction and user guide and additional information links that could take us to the next step. So yeah, long time coming, but fantastic to see.
Got a question here.
I'll get a question online.
If you could read it.
I'm going to have to put my glasses on for that one. Hopefully this helps. Oh, yeah, here we go. I love educating my clients. However, how do you approach a minimal risk to a customer whose bell is triggered as Bell FZ, but only because it relates to a low threat hazard strip of riparian vegetation next to a river and cannot be excluded without negativity and frustration? Sounds like a good personal circumstance.
Look, these situations are quite common. The lower risk situations often create
most controversy, for practitioners, for bushfire consultants. Look, my approach in the past has been, that the mapping or the treating of isolated remnants wasn't quite right, but my approach these days, particularly after 2019 and 20, is to not just look at that remnant, but to look at it within the landscape. And there are some landscape risks that we're more aware of these days, with spotting, landing in, even small patches, riparian areas, and causing impact. So my approach is to enlighten people of that risk, but there is often situations where I'm afraid I basically have to say, well, we can explore performance solutions, but they're very difficult to get through, they're very hard to justify, and this is the way the policy's working at the moment.
I think the sentiment in the end there around negativity and frustration, I think that hits on the concept of where trust and confidence play in a shared responsibility model. And I guess things like, keep it simple, make it really definitive, is in some cases at the cost of, but that doesn't pass the pub test, or it doesn't feel right, it looks like I'm grossly oversubscribed, which is maybe not the case, or maybe is the case here, but the question is, it's left with a sentiment that it's not right and they're not being dealt a fair hand in a process. So stepping up and embracing what you've copped as a legacy has this whole trust and confidence, I think, issue imbued in it. And I guess more clarity, more options, more information can obviously help from the top down, but and also, I guess, from the community up, conversations within the community about whether that really is unfair or not should be, a streetscape conversation or a community conversation to get some real consensus and understanding.
I've got a question about sustained motivation to action and make change. And it's a bit of a complex question, but I'll try and keep it simple. Which entity or entities do you feel or perceive to be in the best position to motivate, firstly, insurers to acknowledge improved resilience, which we spoke about with the app here, and granting concessions, therefore, to reduce insurance policies? Secondly, homeowners, or the community we're talking about, to improve the resilience of their dwellings. And then with that, how do you then do that? How do you get the entities to be in the position to do the motivating?
Yeah, I'll tackle part of that. I think it's kind of very broad-ranging, I know, your question. But, insurance industry price risk, essentially, and at the moment, is probably not as nuanced. Well, we know it's not as nuanced as it could be. So the risk and therefore the cost, the price is spread among many punters. And of course then people suffer because they may not be faced with that particular risk, but they pay the price of the need to raise enough money. So I don't know. Again, it's a more, so you could improve the risk knowledge of the industry and of the people in it and transparency of it. So it's completely and utterly transparent. People understand in a more nuanced way the risk they face, and thus the industry, there's no mystery, and therefore pricing could be more accurately placed. I think that's as far as I'll go on that question. There was other bits to it on.
Oh, the first one was the insurers, the second one was how you motivate the homeowners by virtue of them having to pay less if they've improved the resilience.
I can talk to that if you want. From some of the interviews I've been doing, one of the questions has been around, so there are a few different measures that we can take to improve resilience and improve the bushfire protection, the maintenance of bushfire protection. And I've been asking people which their preferred measure would be, and one of those measures is insurance premium reductions. If they were obviously to take certain actions around their home to improve their resilience, that they would benefit from a reduction in their insurance premiums. Other options obviously do include community engagement, financial incentives like subsidies for taking actions, or regulation. Would they actually respond best if someone told them you have to do this and they were penalised for not doing it? So I've asked them, what their preferred measure is, and actually the insurance premium reduction does come out top. And mostly because obviously it's an ongoing financial incentive. So year on year, people are interested in having a reduction in their ongoing insurance costs. So yeah, it would definitely be a big motivator, I think, to people if the insurance companies were involved and there was some financial benefit in actually improving resilience around the home.
Sorry to monopolise. What entity or entities should take responsibility for making the transparency that you were talking about more prevalent and putting in regulation or whatever else? Is it government? Is it who would be the one to get the process happening?
Well, I think there's definitely a space for multiple different agencies to actually take some sort of a lead in the space. Obviously, insurance companies or the Insurance Council is one, and there could be some major improvements. There is a regulation space. Is there a space for government to step in? And maybe Lisa would want to talk to that a little bit, how big that regulation piece might be and the compliance piece and all the challenges around that. Is there a space for government in financial incentives as well? So, but obviously most of the options available to us do come with challenges, and it's really weighing up the effectiveness of each of the options and the benefit that can be achieved from each of them as well to I guess, achieve an optimal solution.
So I'll come back to recommendation 27, where you would have seen we had quite a bit of stakeholder engagement, and we did actually engage with the insurance industry to talk about this topic and whether there was an opportunity to incentivise for people who built to the appropriate BALs, who maintained their bushfire protection measures, or who, when they were upgrading a part of their existing home, actually went above and beyond in terms of upgrading their home to what their appropriate BALs should be. The insurance industry was really keen on the idea, but when we wanted to flesh it out a little bit more, it was non-committal. So I think there's maybe a bit of fear there at the moment, but I'm optimistic that we can keep ploughing away to see if we can actually continue to try and move along that pathway, because it's the right thing, it's the sensible thing to do, to actually encourage the individual to want to improve their protection, and it is that financial incentive that's probably going to be the way to go. And it's a nice shift because, we used to hear, RFS, you'll just come and save us. So, you don't need to do anything. But we do need to encourage people to help themselves, and I think we all have a role to play in terms of, various government departments in trying to encourage industry to help support that, to try and build that resilience across communities and through individuals.
I'd probably add to that to some extent and say, well, it's kind of the answer to that is all of the above. Like, everyone has a role to play in that process. I think if you put your insurance hat on, they've got policyholders that span many states. They're working with the complexities of how states do everything differently and have their own data sets, and they're struggling with nationally uniform data sets that aren't as good as a particular state's one. they've had a history of being quite tight with their data and how they come up with a rating. But they're definitely seeing the opportunity to play a far more open hand in that process, given that their biggest risk currently is seeing vast parts of Australia that are uninsurable. So they don't have a market to gain a premium from. So insurance affordability is actually one of their biggest fundamental risks to face. So how does good data, good systems, things like the star rating system, the bushfire rating system that could work neatly in with a nationally consistent way of coming up with these numbers, how well can we get states on board with a unified best practice system where the types of data they're using and the way they're coming up with numbers are more closely aligned, and that insurance get a bit of a kick-off benefit from that because they're more nationally consistent best practice data sets to do their analysis, but regulations swimming in the same direction and using similar data, I think. And how much more open can we liberate those data sets so that the community has optics on them and can click around themselves with lots of the fundamental components and the derived things that that insurance and state agencies are talking about and using to quantify risk and hazard, but are essentially opaque to community. So yeah, I guess those systems are really key, and I guess we've sort of taken a step back almost in frustration to say, what are the high-level data sets and all the trickle-downs you get, because there's just not enough, I guess, efficiencies in the system to make that happen. I think that leads into our next online question from Anonymous. So that suggests it could be a curling one. Where do you see the role of artificial intelligence and associated applications playing a part in assisting community resilience along the predicting likely behaviour and potential consequence? Working closely with the data sets and the ways you derive what likely behaviour and consequence is, there's people using AI and there's people using evidence-based physical principles to come up with the severity potential. One is a black box system and the other one is one that you could unpack and make quite adaptable because you know everything you put inside the box, and that you can spear off other things. As soon as you go through an AI machine learning environment, you more or less have to have a sense of trust that it's trained enough and it's not making stupid assumptions outside the bounding box that you've given it. And from that perspective, I would be quite cautious of an AI machine learning based outcome that wasn't heavily validated after it anyway, and I would certainly be more in the camp that an evidence-based, physically based principle where your hazard has units attached to it. Hazard is a fire line intensity that can get within X distance of a structure, which gives you the opportunity to model whether the flames could reach it, or you could calculate radiation exposure. You could take it in many different ways. You could use it in a detailed performance-based environment. As soon as it goes through AI, what do? You've kind of, I guess, cut off a lot of flexibility and opportunity to then do a lot more other things with it. That being said, there's really complex socio and technical problems that you can't really parameterize physically, and in those more sort of abstract things, asking AI to come up with ideas or processes can have benefits, but that's all in the future to see. They're getting smarter all the time, and I think the current AIs are currently a lot smarter than me.
I would tend to agree with you, Justin, in terms of the training of an AI, and I'm just looking at the example of New South Wales. We have such diverse terrains and communities and vegetative types and behaviours that I don't think we're there yet with an AI to be able to actually do that, and the training that would be required for it would be quite extensive at this point in time. But then, yes, there is the human factors on top, and how do we incorporate that in as well? So, yeah, I don't think we're at that black box phase yet.
As someone who's probably still struggling with LinkedIn, I was scared of AI, but I'm no longer. I said it's a great opportunity. I have the depth of understanding, and only beginning to understand what the new quantum shift will be. But if we embrace it as an opportunity, it could ease out. Crunch lots of. I don't know. It could do stuff that we simply don't have the time or effort to do, or something. But I'm sure, given the rigour associated with validation and a few other governance stuff around it, that it could provide some huge opportunities in the future, particularly with the complexity of the data that involved, perhaps.
I have to admit, I did type in what does shared responsibility for bushfire adaptation look like into ChatGPT yesterday, and got a pretty good answer out of it.
Oh, good, yeah. Well, there you go.
Yes. Hello. Thank you very much. It's a really stimulating discussion. Just to kind of bring it away from AI and back to the kind of shared responsibility of humans, I really like the direction of this whole conversation has gone toward how to entice people into feel more responsibility for their properties as well, and like the whole concept is to kind of give more responsibility, and hopefully I'm thinking that's also meaning power to people that have less power in the bushfire space. But something that troubles me is that a lot of it seems to be leaning very heavily on financial incentives to want to take responsibility, and I feel like renters, for example, very significant proportion of the community will not have those financial incentives. So how do you give power and responsibility to all of those people living in very fire-prone areas who don't have the capital basically to insure their lives, which are in these houses that are on loan to them?
Good question.
I could probably take that. I think it's empowering them to give them ideas of what they actually can do, and I think the vast majority of things that they can do fall well outside of a financially orientated or incentivised process. And that's around the value or power of, say, contributing to social cohesion of your region, a community that talks together and shares and discusses their problems and gets together around options and solutions, is just going to be one of those inherent communities that not only are resilient to when the thing turns up, but they're going to be the ones that bounce back really effectively in recovery. And like at the start I mentioned, shared responsibility is about setting up for recovery as well as setting up for resilience. So, and just a whole lot of, I think, peripheral things that are just good things to do. They do cost money, but they improve quality of life, energy efficiency, reduce carbon footprint. So things like setting solar up and going that extra step to putting a battery on your system, which can pay itself off in most situations, but that gives you grid disconnect independence. And in a bushfire situation where the power network might be down for X amount of time, your house is going to be one of the favourite places to go to plug in phones and do basic things in that recovery context. Things like having a good water supply at your house, the rainwater capture, you know, that's going to be essential. Water systems cut off. Working out what it means to reconnect with country and your environment and its values, and how to become empowered to be custodians of that country, which gets you closer and closer to being an actor in working with ideas about vegetation management or using fire effectively in the landscape around your property, or a whole range of things. So I'd strongly encourage us not just to think in this financial incentivised, you know, what can I do to my structure type thinking. I think it's far broader, and I'd say community cohesion probably is the starting point that underpins a measure of success for a community more so than anything else, not the age of the housing stock, not the exact position they're in. It's like really profound, and it doesn't cost anything to strike up a conversation with your neighbour. I think I was really encouraged with the opportunity that COVID presented, where down in Victoria you couldn't move further than a 5k radius from your home, and everyone was working from home that could. And I reconnected with my whole street, and that had probably a really profound impact on our street's ongoing resilience, because we're having far more conversations about cool things to do together and banding together around possible ways forward.
Good afternoon. Talking about shared responsibility in combination with other elements such as climate change and shifting seasons, etc. Is it time to start having a different conversation about bushfire protection, asset protection zones just being limited to mapped bushfire-prone areas or areas with bushfire overlays, whatever your jurisdiction you're working, and start looking at the whole of the continent being bushfire-prone land, and start having a look at the conversation about everyone contributing to asset protection zones, no matter whether you're in a bushfire-prone area or not. Because the discussion's been about how do we get the message out, but we're talking about a percentage of the population of the country which is actually affected by bushfire-prone lands. But if we try to have it at a more holistic national scale where we all contribute to the management of bushfire, maybe that's a different approach and might get a better uptake, rather than just trying to focus on a particular target audience.
Yeah, I mean, there's definitely there are different ways to skin a cat, of course, and obviously the way we operate at the moment, and we're very much embedded in, is we have a bushfire-prone land map, and it's a trigger for the development application process, and then we do a BAL assessment and we apply a BAL level. There is definitely, I think there is merit in potentially having a minimum standard across the state, maybe just a starting point, whether that is, and then we've got to kind of take into account, again, the legacy risk as well. So we're currently talking about properties that go through a development application process. Perhaps there is merit in having a minimum BAL 12.5, and no house is actually lower than that goes through a development application process, regardless of where it sits in the landscape. We know embers can travel for kilometres. There is potentially merit in that. And then possibly there is some opportunity, I don't know, to introduce, I think someone maybe mentioned it earlier, some sort of regulation that then also impacts people who don't go through the development application process and have older housing stock, and that we could have a regulation where every property has to be ember protected. There's definitely merit in those kind of options, and again, challenges. There's a cost challenge. Who pays for that? Does the homeowner pay for that? Does the government pay for that? Is there a benefit in an insurance premium reduction if that happens across the whole state or across the whole country? So yeah, I mean, I don't know what everyone else thinks. It's an idea.
Yeah, I think that notion that we are living on an inherently fire-prone continent is quite profound, because we're not necessarily going to be at home that's either bushfire-prone or not at the time. We could be on holiday on the roads. I think as someone that lives on this continent, there's an absolute need to be aware, understand, and embrace, and work out what we can all do to contribute to this this inherent part of our environment. And I think to pivot from a fear-based ideology of fire to embracing it as an inevitable and important part of it, I think that cultural identity to fire, I think, is profoundly important. But what does that then mean and do? I'm sort of haven't really put my mind to how you mobilise the community, in totality to contribute to that. But I think things like committing to it as embracing it, getting into the school curricula, having a good hard think right up through our state and federal agencies about the pros and cons of a fear of fire thinking or strategy. I find quite a lot of fire agencies are fear of fire orientated rather than enabling and embracing. It's kind of an old legacy sort of thinking, and I think our legal systems are quite fear of fire orientated as well. How do we set Australia on a bit more of a course towards embracing, understanding, adapting type of thinking?
I can see a question down there, which is...
rather than focus on community, what do you think governments need to change? Challenges they face include competing agendas and how they can work better across the industry.
Oh man, that's a tricky one.
I think, I could probably tackle that. I think having sort of been at the interface of trying to do science-informed policy, the poor people at the policy end have a huge open-ended task that they face every time they try and whip up a new policy. It feels challenging. So the first thing you do is put up barriers to try and I guess narrow the challenge or the complexity of what you're trying to do with your policy. And one of the first things that turns off is trying to work out what its ultimate impact might be, as what does this mean to the battler at the other end of the policy. They sort of retract back from that almost automatically. So I would say one of the big things was when you're pulling something like this together, you need to think about this whole shared responsibility model and what it could mean or trickle down.
I mean, public policy is a vexed area in any field, and in ours, it really highlights some of the fragmentation that exists, and also the timelines at which policy makers and people that resource ultimate policies, the decision makers in that process, their particular horizons and their particular motives. So in the post-disaster phase of a few months, you get a flurry of activity and money and whatever. But it soon fades, and then you've got the horizon of the political horizon of 3 or 4 years, which rarely extends beyond that. So that's a challenge that people like you and we face. We know what good looks like largely. We've got variations, but working through that system and making it as simple as possible to the punters that don't understand what we're on about, and digestible, and then implementatable, if that's a word. Yeah, it's a constant battle.
The reality is we're never going to please everyone with the policies that we put out. So it's about trying to get that something that's going to be pragmatic and sensible, to be able to cover as much of what we need to achieve as possible. So it is a real challenge, you know, because we have so many differing opinions on where certain policies should fall, should lay, what they should include, how prescriptive they should be. That's a real challenge. And, you know, I mean, at our level, we've got government to deal with, we've got local government, we've got industry, but we are trying to think about ultimately what's going to happen to that community from the policy that we write. What is going, you know, how is that individual going to be impacted? So it's not easy.
So our time's more or less up, so I think I'm going to wrap it up and call it a session, but sure.
Is this on? Yeah. So I live in the US, and they've got some really interesting community engagement programs. Under the National Fire Protection Association, they've got a program called Firewise. There's 2,000 communities that are signed up to that program now. That can range from 20 homes to 200 or more. They cover, I think it's about 1.5 million homes are under a Firewise community program now. They have guidelines, which is pretty basic. It's like DIY things you can do on the weekend, from cleaning gutters, moving your wood pile, to screening your vents, etc. And if you can't do it, your next door neighbour or whoever will come over and help you do that stuff. In order to comply with their guidelines, you need to do X amount of hours per year to be reaccredited. And so these guys, we sell, I call it Wildfire Defence Mesh over there, and they come to us because they're trying to figure out what's the next best thing they can do to their home. And so we have all these community programs with them where they buy X amount of rolls from us, they'll cut it, and for about $100 a home they get 8 bits of mesh to cover their gable vents and foundation vents, etc. So they've really engaged that way, and that's just come from the NFP top down.
Yeah, so that's a beautiful example where a sort of a national system of information, it's coordinated, it's trusted, there's a degree of vetting of the quality of information that ends up in a site like that, and both the individual and the community both connect with that. So community comes in and uses it as a guide, and the individuals can connect in either directly or via the community to really have an understanding. And I think, to my understanding, that Firewise advice provides a lot of information around where regulation gets you and where these extra steps get you as well. So it's around that best practice idea. So I can see quite a lot of pieces coming together, like the rating app and whatnot, that can all form that umbrella equivalent to Firewise, and give us hope that we can work towards a far more sort of motivated and engaged community. Thank you all for your being a great audience.
Thank you so much, Justin, Lisa, Catherine, Mel and Rod. Well done. So that concludes the presentations for today. Just quickly, all RFS staff, if you could please meet at the back out on the garden for a team happy snap. And no gate crashes, please. And if you're joining us for dinner this evening at the Hydro Majestic in Medlow, just a reminder that the buses will be departing from 6:15. So meet up in the lobby around 6:15, and you'll get shepherded onto the bus. And those will be coming back between 9:30 and 10 this evening. And also just a heads up that the sessions tomorrow will start with the 2 separate streams. So we'll have one stream in here, stream A, stream B will be upstairs to the left of the stairs. So thank you all for your attention today. Have a great evening, and we'll see you tomorrow. Thank you.